of the Eureka Conservative Podcast. We've been trying to work out all our tech issues. We've got someone from Texas, other three from around Melbourne and Australia, and we've had a magnificent time trying to sort out IT. So between the Burma, the Immigrant, the Groyper, and the Jew, we've actually found something that unites us. Bloody organised audio. So welcome everyone. I want to do some introductions first. We've got Ben, who's in midnight in Texas. It'll be 12:30 now there, Ben. And no. Ben is speaking on behalf of our Groyper fraternity. Ben, if I get any of this wrong, Ben, correct me. From what I understand, and Ben I've had on a couple of times, fantastic young guy. He's not a Groyper, but he deals with a lot of the Groyper community. Am I right, Ben?
Yeah, that's right. I have associations with some of them.
Yeah, he understands their thinking and their ideas and their thoughts. So I've been trying to get a Groyper on because I'm actually very keen to reach out to all members of our community. So Ben volunteered to be a spokesperson for them. So for that, he deserves a bit of a medal. So well done, Ben. Don't feel like we're piling on you today, though it might come across, who knows. If you've been listening to my podcast, we've got Rami. We had one of the most extraordinary podcasts I've ever had with Rami. Rami, for those who don't know, he's an Assyrian Christian. He was in Iraq when George Bush's military invaded. He had some very interesting views on that and very interesting views on how the Islamic community can overwhelm certain demographics. And it gave me another perspective, and I'm sure anybody who listens will give them another perspective. And I've got a gentleman here I've been wanting to get on for a long time, Daniel. If you've been on X for any period of time, you would have read and heard and seen Daniel's thoughts. He's another one who provokes thoughts, and all three I've invited on because we come from different backgrounds, different perspectives. But each one of these three men is is very well spoken. I'm sure with what we're going to talk about, we're going to get disagreements, we're going to get agreements. I hope it's done in the right manner. We let everyone speak. And guys, try not to interject, take notes if you want to raise up a point, because we want to get everyone's opinion heard, okay? And this was inspired by Rami. Ben, just so you know, because Rami said in my last episode, he would love the opportunity to talk to someone who's a Groyper. So you're not quite it, but you're close enough.
I'll do my best.
Bob, could you perhaps, just for the benefit of everyone at home, define and hopefully agree with Ben on what a Groyper is? Because it's a relatively new term, and I'm guessing it's evolving.
No. I would agree. I just actually had, before you guys came on, I think, is it your producer, George, or one of the guys in there? We had a really interesting conversation.
Yeah, George.
There was a little clip here. I don't know whether you've got time to play clips now, but there was a little clip of Vivek Ramaswamy, the former presidential candidate, and he was talking to TPUSA. And one of the things he said in that really struck home to me, which is what I'm trying to find out with Ben and any other Groyper who after this would actually want to come on and talk to me. Now, the interesting thing is and again, Ben, you can correct any of us at any time you think we're wrong. The Groyper in the Australian mindset, I think, is a bit different from the American one, based on what I saw. But in Australia, my understanding is if you're not considered an Australian citizen, a lot of the Groypers are like the NSN who would like to see you go back to wherever you came from or you think back there. So Vivek wouldn't be actually held aloft by the Groypers because, one, he's Indian and two, he's not white. Okay? But what he said resonated with me. So what Rami said a while ago resonated with me. Now, this might not be Ben's thoughts, but I know with a lot of Groypers, they would like to see Rami, deported back to Iraq because basically that's where they've come from. Vivek was saying that we need to speak to each other even if we vehemently disagree with each other. And he says what that does, it can help crystallize your argument, where if your argument's strong, you can be stronger for it. And it can also help change people's opinions towards your point of view. So I furiously agree with that. So whether we all agree or disagree or furiously agree, you can't get anywhere unless we're prepared to air those opinions, have those discussions. And I don't want this, for example, to be like a Piers Morgan episode where everyone's talking over each other. I want anyone who watches this to get a full understanding of the Jewish perspective, the immigrant perspective, the Groyper perspective, and the Burma perspective. So I agree with what you just said, Daniel. So I'm going to hand it over to Ben. And Ben, can you please explain to me what the Groyper perspective is, and if it is different between Australian Groypers and American Groypers, explain the difference.
I do believe there certainly is a difference, but we for the sake of argument, we could say that much like there's conservatives in England, conservatives in Australia, conservatives in the United States, there are also people who brand themselves as Groypers in England, in Australia, and in the United States. It was born from the United States, from the mind of Nicholas J. Fuentes, a young guy that had his eyes open and was looking with 20/20 vision at the world around him and recognizing there was a fundamental transformation taking place within his country. And it appeared that both major parties weren't doing anything to arrest that change. Who are the Groypers and what is the Groyper Army? It's primarily a group of followers of, or fans, or supporters of Nick J. Fuentes and some of the views he espouses. The term Groyper is just an updated version of Pepe the Frog, which some people may be familiar with, which was online during Donald Trump's first presidency. From 2016, and that was just a picture of a frog, and lots of people thought that was a code or a signal for racists or Nazis or whatever it may have been, but in reality it was just a meme. So the Groyper is basically just a new version of Pepe the Frog, and which is why Groypers use a frog picture to represent themselves. They subscribe and align to an ideology which is America First, and which is rooted in Christian nationalism as well, Bob. And Groypers in the UK, they're also rooted in a form or version of Christian nationalism, and ditto Australia also. I think that's an easy way to sort of commence, and hopefully people can understand their mindset from that point forward.
Ben, just the etymology of the word Groyper, how do you go from a frog to... It sounds like a fish. What actually is... I mean, it's not an insult. A Groyper will say, I'm a Groyper, I'm guessing. But I'm just trying to understand the background of the word. I'm familiar with the word. I just, now that I'm thinking about it, what the etymology?
Well, a lot of things like this, there really isn't any. This is internet meme culture. For many people, it will mean one thing, and people will attribute the law, LORE, for its inception. But really, that's in the eye of the beholder. So it's more just a slogan.
There'll be Groyper factions and Groyper schisms fighting over the origin of the Groyper.
There certainly are. There's already people that were in the movement that were close to central figures in it, which have now exited from it based on some of the views they may have shared, which don't fall into alignment with the purity testers within the movement itself.
The one true Groyper, yeah.
So it's a bit like that. So who knows how long the piece of string is, and who knows who started it, who defined it. But really, it was just an innocuous word. It wasn't a word really in existence previously, but it's become their own. And it's their branding now. And I guess if the shoe fits and they wear it well.
Okay. All right. I've got a couple of questions for you, Ben, then on it, especially with what you said at the end of it. And just, it'll be simple questions. Tell me whether I'm correct or not. So are the Groypers, are they aligned with NSN thinking?
No.
Okay.
So Nick, just on that. So Nick Fuentes, many times over the past several years, has actually called out publicly on his own program Joel Davis and Thomas Sewell and the actions taken by the NSN, and he thinks it's largely silliness, and he would prefer that if they, well, he doesn't have any alignment with them. We have to state that for the case, but yeah, he thinks it's spectacle. He thinks it certainly does not assist in helping bring awareness to critical issues which we're confronting in Western nations. Yeah, but no, he doesn't have any association. He has publicly ridiculed them.
So the common then ideology between the two, and I've listened to Nick Fuentes at length. I find Nick Fuentes quite interesting. He proclaims himself as a Catholic. I don't doubt that he is a Catholic, raised a Catholic. I'm a Catholic, raised a Catholic. He proclaims he's a Christian nationalist. I'm a Christian nationalist. But that's where we separate. Nick Fuentes, as far as I can tell, is totally against immigration. And he would be a proponent of deporting certain elements within America out of the country. Just like you have Groypers or NSN or whatever you do, I think there's a grey area between the two. I've had people come on my feed who are Groypers, who proclaim to be Groypers, and they would deport someone like Rami. They would like to deport someone like Daniel. And it's a bit of an oxymoron. So a Christian nationalist. Today I looked on X, and I'm sure Rami will associate this. There was a mother in Nigeria. Now, she's black. She's African. But she just lost her entire family to radical Islamists. She watched a kid. I don't know how long this was ago. You've got to be careful on X, but she had a kid cut in half by a knife by an Islamic radicalist. When the kid who was killed by being slaughtered in two, his younger brother started squealing about it. They hit that kid over the head with the meat axe and killed him. They killed another one of their kids and a husband. They killed basically an entire family in the most dreadful way in front of her. And then they wanted her to spread the terrorism. So instead of killing her, they cut her hand off at the wrist so she can go and tell what Christians are going to face if they stay in that area. Now, as a Christian nationalist, now they're two different things. I'm very much about Australia, but I'm more a Christian. If that Christian came to you as Prime Minister of Australia, and let's say you were a Groyper, would you give her refugee status and the ability to live in Australia, or would you say, no, bad luck, that's your problem, stay in Nigeria? You're not Australian.
I understand the way you frame the question. Allow me to respond in kind this way then.
Sure.
It is not Australia's responsibility to provide respite or relief for people living under abject conditions around the world, in third world nations in particular, where violence is a daily norm.
Okay, before you go on that one, I said I didn't want to interject, but this is important, this one.
Yeah.
What takes precedence in Christian nationalism? Your Christianity or your nationalism? What takes priority?
Well, the Christianity certainly would.
Okay, so as a Christian, what would you say to that woman?
I'd say charity starts at home.
Oh, okay.
And there's infinite demand and finite supply, and we simply cannot do it.
Do you think Jesus would say that?
Well, perhaps not. Perhaps not.
You said perhaps. Are you telling me then, as a Christian, there would be scope for Jesus to say to that woman who's lost her family, had her wrist cut off, is looking for refuge, you actually saying there is a potential chance that Jesus would say, no, you've got to stay where you are?
Well, no, I think well, once again, that's only because I would never profess to know what Christ would say in that circumstance. So we could only take him from his own word in Scripture and try to apply that to this example that you've given. But I would have thought, because of the tyranny of distance from Australia, from Africa, from where she wished to flee, if somebody was there and if Christ was there, perhaps he could give her safe passage to a country which bordered her own country.
But not Australia.
For argument's sake, yes, because once again, perhaps there might not be a plane, there might not be a boat to take her, but surely there's a car in her area that can drive her across the border to a new country to start a new life. Okay,
I think that's a great segue for bringing in Rami. If you don't know Rami's background, as I gave you, but he came to Australia, I think, as a refugee. Correct me again, Rami. But he had one of his best friends beheaded in front of his family because they wouldn't convert to Islam. Now, Rami is now safe and secure and a productive citizen in Australia. And one of the things I think, as you know, we were just discussing before I figured out my mic problems, is I saw what Beck Freedom, I've got clips of that, said yesterday. I think she's very foolish for getting on X to say that. But that's where I get turned off from the Groyper and the whole sort of thing. But Rami, I'll hand over to you. Let's give your perspective because you've actually lived through that. Ben's now saying as a Groyper, now remember Ben's as a spokesperson for Groyper, you would have to just cope in Iraq and try and get to Syria because you wouldn't face any persecution in Syria or maybe Iran. That's a neighbouring country. Wouldn't face any persecution as a Christian in Iran, maybe Turkey. You got the Armenian background?
Yeah. So if I had to, if I was in, let's say my family had to go through the same thing that Nigerian women had to go through in Iraq, it would mean, I'd have to go to a bordering country. Our bordering countries are all Islamic, and the next set of bordering countries will also be Islamic. Now, if I have to keep going and going and going, I think the only safe zone would be for me in Iraq is to travel to either Syria or Israel. If you go any other direction, you'd have to go through multiple extremist groups, whether it's the Qaeda, whether it's the Muslim Brotherhood, whether it's the Boko Haram. It depends where you aim and start walking. And I think from my perspective as a Christian who came to Australia, I certainly don't like the things where things are heading in this country, because people like who share a similar culture to Australia, that's built on Christian value, would fit in just right, and would want the best for this country. At the moment, if you stop any one of these Groypers that are not, that are anti-migration and also pro-remigration, you'd find that they'd get very sensitive when it comes to speaking not on Christians in Nigeria, but Muslims in Iran or other surrounding areas. I was in a space the other day where I was listening to Beck Freedom and her allies talk about how, we should side with the Iranians because the Iranians are Aryans. And anybody who fights a specific country, in this case being Israel, is supposed to be one of ours. And now you are a Christian, or you claim to be a Christian, and I'm not speaking about Ben here, of course, I'm just generalizing here. If you're a Christian, you're supposed to side with Muslims and ignore that Christian Nigerian woman who's got her wrist cut off and lost all her children. It just doesn't make sense to me. We're trying to bring in people that, let's be honest, they hate this culture. Well, they want to change this culture, and we want to reject people that assimilate. Now, the other reason why I see this is happening is it's simply because of race as well. So, in the Bible and in Christianity, race is not a thing. We are all equal, and we are all created in the image of God. I understand that they like to associate a lot of their nitpicking when it comes to this subject to IQ and go with it instead of going with Christian values, and that's what basically I think is going on here.
Yeah, I mean, great. So Ben, trust me, I'll get you some fertile ground for your stuff too, here, mate. Just the way we started.
Yeah, no dramas.
Daniel,
No dramas.
I'd like to bring you in. I heard before trying to talk on the mic thing. I think that's where the Groyper movement shoot himself in the foot. All right, and then I hope they take it to voice, and anybody who's a Groyper out there wants to come on the program can discuss it. Daniel, I'd like to bring you in here because there was the Beck Freedom video that she shared. Now, I understand the rise of the Groyper movement. Now, that's something I'll be talking to you about, Ben, a little bit. But Daniel, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Yesterday, Beck Freedom shared a video, pretty disgraceful video in my book. One, just for the language it shared. I mean, if you want to recruit people to your cause, don't share that video. But in that video, she had slices of criminals, African criminals, let's be blunt. And I understand there's a very much, and I've got it too. I have my dog here to protect my property. When I go outside now for a walk with the dog, I carry a big metal pole because I know people in my area that have been attacked. So, but I'm looking at them as criminals. I've also got, for example, a Sudanese dad who's got his kid playing for me in basketball, who's a pastor. He's a Christian pastor that just went over the Middle East just before Trump started the war with Iran. He got stuck there for a few weeks to try and convert Muslims into being Christians. So see, me, that's a noble effort. So there's that side of the African culture, and then there's another side of it. But in that video yesterday that Beck did, which I think was disgraceful, and Ben will probably agree to disagree on this, where she sliced in with criminals, Avi Yemeni and Rukshan Fernando. Now, that's not the first time I've seen that, where they put in people who aren't guilty of these things. And they could be similar from your Jewish perspective, where you hear things about AIPAC and that, and they put in Jewish people in these little clips to try and taint them in a negative view. My big issue, and I think Ben's aware of this, is when we start putting people as boomers, as Groypers, as Jews, as immigrants, all that sort of thing, we take away our humanity from it, and we don't understand people for what they should be. And I think that's a core part of Christian culture. From a Jewish perspective, what would you think of that?
Well, I suppose I should probably start by saying I represent exactly one person, and you're looking at him. So yeah. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the Jews. I can certainly speak on
that's
behalf
fair.
of the. I can certainly speak on behalf of the Jewish experience, though, because it's something we tend to talk about on a weekly basis among ourselves. But I think, by and large, there's a few things fueling this. The broad one is simple ignorance, and once upon a time, if you didn't know about something, you just wouldn't speak to it. 20 years ago, if you went over to somebody and you said, well, what do you think about the conflict in Syria? People just didn't know what you were talking about. They'd say, well, I don't know anything about that. But then this thing called social media came along, and also the virtue signalling and the agreed position on things. And suddenly people needed to have an opinion and openly state that opinion on everything. And it's quite bizarre, because there are certain topics and certain conflicts and certain cultural bits of the zeitgeist that bubble all the way to the top, and they leave everything else behind. And so, if you went to a person and you said, well, what's your view on the current conflict in Ethiopia or the Trango, and they go, well, I don't know much about that. And you'd say, well, what's your current view on the Ba'athist uprising in Syria? And they go, well, I'm not really sure about that. And you go, well, what's your view on Ukraine? And they go, oh, I know that one. And you go, oh, okay. And how do you feel about the conflict between Taiwan, the islands in the South China Sea, and China? They go, oh, I'm not really sure about that. And you go, well, what about Palestine and Israel? They go, oh, I know that one too. And you've got to ask, well, so how is it that suddenly people who couldn't find half these places on the map suddenly know about this? And so I think this is probably the worst two things that have happened on social media. The first one is, on the internet, everyone's an expert. And so over the last decade, we've watched ordinary people armed with nothing more than a laptop and a camera. They were experts on virology and immunology. They were experts on climatology. They were experts on firearms. They were experts on immigration. They're experts on currency, on president, you name it. And of course, now everybody's an expert on Jews, because they went to the Instagram school of Talmudic studies and they saw one meme and they think they know what the hell they're talking about. Once upon a time, those people just shut up. But the second part of the problem, and you're curing it by having this conversation, by the way, is that people no longer talk. They engage in these sort of online shouting matches, and it gets worse the younger they get, because there's a whole generation of people that grew up with something called the block button. And Bob, you and I didn't have that growing up. If we were at a pub and we got an argument with someone, there were really only a few ways it was going to settle. You'd either find something to agree on, or you'd call it quits, or you'd end up rolling around the floor beating the crap out of each other. So somehow a bunch of men, a bit of alcohol, and a pub could solve all the world's problems. Yeah. That doesn't happen now, because you have an argument where people will just say the same thing. And I've got people who've been saying the same thing about Gaza for 3 years. They haven't evolved. And as soon as they don't like what you're saying, they block you. I have had more intelligent conversations about Middle Eastern politics with Arab taxi drivers missing their teeth than I have with some of the most outspoken activists in Australia who don't know what the hell they're talking about objectively, but are just too arrogant to kind of sit this one out. And it is a huge problem. And that's, of course, before you factor in automated bot farms and things trying to drive it. When you think about it, a few years ago, everybody was talking about Russia and Ukraine. Nobody is talking about that. So, when I see social media and everything obsessing over a particular issue, whatever that is, just like when politicians used to feed things to the media, whatever that is, I'd always go, well, hang on, if they want us looking at this, what are we not looking at? And it's really important. It's really important to zoom out. But look, we're getting some very, very low intellect people making a lot of noise. And look, Beck Freedom is a very good example. I don't think she's that bright. I really don't. I had a brief spat with her. I don't know her, but I was very cynical toward the original March for Australia, because I just simply said, well, who is speaking there? And she wouldn't ask, and she wouldn't say, and she never said. And suddenly she blocked me. And then, of course, well, as we all know, the open mic included neo-Nazis getting up there, and I was very critical of that. But a couple of weeks ago, I was in a Spaces on X, and she was there and started belly aching to me about how maybe I'll let her speak without blocking her. And it's like, hang on, you blocked me. And I just kind of blocked you back. And anyway, don't worry about it. But I think what she did to Rukshan was a disgrace. To me, it seems open and shut defamation, and I guess it's just a question of whether or not he wants to end up owning her 2012 Corolla. I don't know, but I don't understand why people can't just say, you know what, you're right, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I apologise. I almost retweet it every time I see someone go, oh, sorry, you're right, I didn't know that, because it's so rare. Like, people on social media will just fight to the death rather than doing what I think is an essential part of critical thinking, and that is, listening to the other person and not spending all of your time trying to convince them why they're wrong and you're right, but perhaps saying, well, is there anything at all that they're saying that I might agree with? And then perhaps you can find some common ground and you can go from there. But that requires a certain level of intelligence that is not required to set up a social media account.
Great segue back into Ben. Ben, I'm about to give you some fertile ground here, mate. Overall, I agree with what a lot of you said, and one of the reasons I respect Ben so much, and I think Ben will attest to this, we've had some great conversations on X. Ben is prepared to come on and talk. In regards to Beck Freedom, I don't know her well enough to make a judgment. I can judge the actions, right? And I think her actions of putting that clip up was silly, and then to actually try and defend it was even more silly, but that's up to Beck Freedom. I've had clashes with Beck on X as well a couple of times, not major ones, but like I do with everyone, and I did with Ben, come on my show, let's discuss it. If the person says, and I've got a real passionate young girl coming on in a few weeks, she had a real rip, it's going to be an interesting show, but she's agreed to come on. So if people like you agree to come on and talk, my respect goes through the roof for you, all right? So I would agree with everything except one thing you just said there, Daniel, and that would be the evolution of social media has been a massive contributor to it. I think it's been a contributor. But today, for example, on X, and I'm sorry, I'm probably a bit older than you, Daniel, I won't ask your age, but I grew up in the 60s, 70s. I was a young adult in the 80s. And there was a clip, and it was the perfect summary of how we grew up as kids. Kids of today could not comprehend it, It was about how our parents would let us go and knock on the neighbour's thing to go and organise a game of cricket or a game of tennis. We didn't have phones. We were given the key to the house, and as long as we got home before the street light went off, our parents were happy. They got us out of the house. Especially my mum and dad. They had 10 kids, right? So and 8 of them were boys. So we were at each other, cat and dog. It was crazy. But we would go and find the mates. We'd have a game of cricket. We'd hang out down the local arcade place. We'd stay at each other's place for dinner. We called everyone ma'am and sir. And it just hit home. But this was an American version, but it was nearly identical to Australian. What's that got to do with what we're doing here? I'll tell you the reason for the rise of the Groyper movement. This is my opinion, Ben, and I'm keen to hear yours on it in a tick. Is up until 2000, if you remember the 2000 Olympics, you Groypers won't because you're too young for it. But the 2000 Olympics is what I would say where Australia was at its peak. It was its most united. We didn't have mass immigration like we've got it now. The country was wealthy. Everyone was doing well. You could buy a house. Young people could see a future. Over the last 25 years, that has all changed. And I think what actually crystallised that change, and this is where I understand why young white Australian men are pissed off with this country. And that's how the Groyper movement has evolved. If they weren't pissed off and they could see a legitimate future, there would be no Groyper movement.
Bob, I find myself agreeing with most of what you just said, so I'm not sure what's the thing that I said that you don't agree with.
I'm about to get to that. The thing that has actually changed is our bloody politicians.
Oh, yes.
We had our Tony Burke come up today and said people who come to this country, and I'm for immigration. That lady in Nigeria, I would welcome her with open arms. Okay? Anybody is welcome with the thing. She would be a valuable thing, but more my Christian heart says we've got to protect her. Forget forcing her somewhere that won't protect her. In Australia, she would be protected. She could have a life, and hopefully she could recover her life. That's just my Christian heart, not my nationalist heart. But I understand why young men are pissed off. But I don't think it's social media. Tony Burke comes out yesterday, I think it was, and said, I don't believe in the word assimilation. We've got to accept people as they are. So does that mean those two Bondi people with guns who slaughtered 15 people and injured another 40, we've got to accept them as the way they are? Does that mean the Islamic preachers that say we're going to put a caliphate in Australia and we're going to become the dominant force in Australia, and you either become an Islamist and accept Sharia law, or we're going to do something about it.
So Bob, can all four of us agree that Tony Burke is a disaster? Because maybe there's some common ground there, and we can build on that.
I would like to we'll come back to that. What I want to do is get Ben's thoughts on this, because I'm seeing, and I do want to give Ben a chance to put the Groyper movement, because I understand your perspective, I understand Rami's perspective, but I also understand Ben's. If I'm a young white man in modern Australia, I'm getting told all the time I'm not good enough. I'm getting told all the time a woman should take my spot. A person who's not Australian should take my spot. I should be ashamed of my culture. So who has allowed that to happen, to denigrate what we had in 2000? It's a consecutive cast of politicians on both sides looking for political gain and not national gain. When you see what Ben Roberts-Smith is going through, again, a white alpha male. Now, going back to you, Ben, has that played any part, do you think, in the establishment of the Groyper movement and the resentment towards boomers, towards immigrants, towards Jews, towards everyone else, that they're feeling so much pent-up rage, they're attracted to the likes of the Nick Fuentes of this world who established the Groyper movement?
Absolutely. Dispossession has consequences. And people feel and they believe truly in their heart of hearts that they are being dispossessed, and they're being dispossessed of their birthright. In fact, their birthright is being stolen from them. Something that was earned by their grandfathers and fathers and great-grandfathers in the country called Australia, who their ancestors built. They built everything, and they only toiled as harshly as they did when there wasn't running water everywhere, when there wasn't refrigeration and air conditioning and power and the creature comforts we all live with now. And those people toiled, and blood, sweat and tears and everything associated with that. Why? Because they believed eventually their grandsons would inherit this great place. So is that one of the primary motivators for people to start recognizing what's going on and the transformation of their countries in regards to demographics? Obviously, yes, because they're not blind; they have eyes. And let me try to circle back around to a couple of things as well.
Yeah, sure.
The Nigerian lady who had her hand severed, obviously that is a horrific circumstance, and we'd prefer absolutely that no one has to deal with living conditions like that. We find it extremely abominable, as a matter of fact, and it's the worst type of human conduct. And the perpetrators of such conduct should be beheaded, as far as I'm concerned. Or we can drop them into vats of acid, we can send them to the cartels in Mexico and let the cartels deal with them, because they are savages, and they're savages on a different level than we recognize in our civil nations. There's another element to that as well. Obviously, you wanted to advocate for her position, and I understand the reasons why. She needed to escape the hell she was living within. But Bob, she is not the only one. There are tens of thousands of Nigerians who have had limbs chopped off. So, although you wish to say, and I totally understand, she deserves safe passage to Australia, she can contribute to Australia, why are you making an exception for her? And why wouldn't you also offer that same protection to every Nigerian who's had their hand cut off, Bob?
Okay, good question. Let me come back to it since you asked it. One, not. She's actually pretty lucky. All right, most Nigerians who front the radical Islamists are killed. Full stop.
So it's a rhetorical question. We understand the reason why. Yeah, it's a numbers game.
You're asking me the question is, well, we go. That foundation you build us on, and this is part of you sort of took that question I asked, and I'm trying to talk at the current generation, and we went back to the establishment. Fair enough, I can understand those arguments. But at the same time, for example, what you do not recognise in a lot of that questions is Australia was built upon a Christian foundation. And a lot of the Groypers who drive along Monash Freeway don't understand the Jewish connection to that establishment of this country. Most of them wouldn't even know who John Monash was, the greatest Australian general ever to live. And they wouldn't have zero idea about what he did in Victoria after he came back from World War I to help build the state of Victoria and Australia. He's one of the greatest Australians. So do we accept we know we don't. But what you've got to be able to do...
Why don't we? Why don't we, Bob?
Well, hold on. Let me go. What we've got to be able to do is go back to what Tony Burke said yesterday, we can't accept everyone. I agree with that. But that is one of the most, if she applied for us, she should be one of the first ones we accept. She's gone through one of the most radical examples of human cruelty you could ever imagine. If we can't allow that person who, here's the key word, would assimilate like Rami's done into our society, who would we let in? Just as much as I agree with you, we can't let in everyone. We shouldn't have our hearts and our borders closed to everyone as well. There's got to be certain people we can bring in. The big issue we've got in this country, and what is, I think, helping the Groyper movement, and the part I understand with the Groyper movement, and I could agree with it, is the people that we're bringing in. We don't hear stories about like that woman with the cutoff, but the ISIS brides, they're all good to go. We're accepting what? How many thousands from Afghan who, the same Afghanis that slaughtered the 3 Australian soldiers that Ben Roberts-Smith is now on charges to defend. Now, it's the type of immigration you get in, and that immigration has got to be able to assimilate. If you're talking mass immigration, where it's overwhelming us, then we've got an issue. It's got to be able to complement our country, and this is where it circles back to what I think Daniel was saying before. So not quite the question I'm getting. I'm trying to understand young white men between, around 25. They make up the predominance of the Groyper movement, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if you're being honest here, Ben, I don't think a lot of those, because I've dealt with a lot of them now, not straight to straight, but over X, a lot of them have a pretty limited idea of geopolitics and a pretty limited idea of Australian history. And a lot of that comes from our education system that doesn't teach them it. So I think you've got to find the right balance that helps build what this country has built. And no person on this planet, and here's another part that I disagree with, and Daniel, you can jump in with what you had before in a minute. No person on this planet, and I think the Jewish community and the Israeli community understand this more than anybody else. You cannot just think you have a right that your grandchildren have this country into the future, because as soon as you think they've got that right, another ideology, another country, or someone will come and take that away from you. Now, I think Daniel would have a unique perspective, because the country that has that biggest threat against them every day, every waking moment, and I learnt this from living with a Jewish family for 6 weeks. If you're a Jewish person living in Israel, every day you're surrounded by 57 countries that would prefer you not being there. They understand their grandsons and their granddaughters do not have the ability to be entitled to that land. They've got to fight for it with every fibre of their being. We don't fight for it. We don't fight for our country. We don't fight for our culture. And if we did, allowing people like that Nigerian woman, allowing people like Rami, it wouldn't be such a big issue, because we wouldn't have the issues that young men are facing right now.
I totally understand, Bob. Just allow me to follow up on that then.
Yeah, sure.
And I certainly understand the sentiment and the spirit behind what you're advocating for. But we touched upon IQ earlier, and we can all recognize that not all IQs are equally distributed, and the science is actually settled on the disparities, and they're mostly amongst racial lines. So that's one thing we have to put on the table. There's also more than 3 billion people living on the planet today who live in severe poverty, who desperately seek respite and citizenship in first world majority white countries. We cannot satisfy the demand. Should we allow all the Nigerians, Bob, you didn't address this. There's a number there.
Yes, I did.
No.
I said we can't be overwhelmed by it.
What's the number in your mind? There is a number there. And also...
it's a simple number, but the number's going to evolve. Oh, just wait on a bit. The number's going to evolve, isn't it? The more our population grows, what I said is numbers that don't overwhelm what we've got. I live in Melbourne. I don't know how many of you others. And I want to get here to Daniel and Rami in a minute. I live in Melbourne, and in the 40 years I've lived in Melbourne, in the last 20, there's been a noticeable change to what Melbourne looks like. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't have all the data in front of me, what the numbers are like, but what I can tell is from personal experience, I go to schools that used to be all white, they're now all Indian, Sri Lankan, that. I don't care about that a lot. I do care, because I don't want us to be overwhelmed. But when you are being overwhelmed, it raises issues with the Indigenous group, if you want to call it that, I don't like using that name, that we're under siege. And that's not good for immigration, it's not good for assimilation, and it's not good for a society that should be, as Elbow keeps banging on about, socially cohesive. So you're asking me for a number. I'm not in charge of a ministerial department. What I can judge is the attitudes of Tony Burke, who says they shouldn't have to assimilate. He's bringing radical Islamists into his electorate for political gain, and he's playing off at them when he's at the airport to meet ISIS brides. Mm-hmm. That's not developing social cohesion. That's not developing a united society. And that's the reason I believe that's giving rise to the Groyper movement, which is magnified by social media. That's my answer to your thing. Can I give you an exact number? I'm not going to go into those games.
I understand, Bob, and rest assured, mate, it wasn't a got you, but we're trying to deal with the scope of the issue here. And yes, we could make an exception perhaps for one, but then also if somebody comes into our country,
so we're allowed one.
If somebody arrived in our country and they were missing a limb, and we provided them refugee status because they had their limb hacked off in the third world by a savage, why wouldn't they be in NDIS?
Well, let's
surely they would be NDIS, correct?
Okay,
and then what about the blind?
I think I might be able to help resolve it.
We can't solve the problem. We cannot solve the problem. The problem is too great for Australia of 25 million people to solve, and it is not our responsibility to take care of the world, which is in disarray.
Hold on.
I think the problem is Ben is
talking. Can I get one little line in here before I bring you in? We can't solve the problem. We can help to our maximum capability of what we're capable of to solve the problem. Daniel?
Yeah. I mean, Bob, you preempted what I'm about to say, because I think the problem that we've had for a very long time is that any discussion about immigration sort of splits into this binary where you're either supposedly completely pro-immigration and effectively, open borders and let them all in, or you're at the polar opposite, which says, no immigration, completely xenophobic. And then, of course, you've also got quite sort of extreme statements. Like, for example, I mean, I agree with Ben that it's common sense. We can't help everybody. I mean, that's a matter of common sense. I mean, it's like any sort of lifeboat analogy that you want to look at. But then to say, well, we can't help everybody, so therefore death by 1,000 cuts, move that all the way back down to you can't help anybody. And so I think really that just comes down to that sort of xenophobic argument. And my favourite thing is when you have some young Groyper that's going to, after school, they're going to go and travel the world, and they'll go to Thailand or Indonesia or Asia or America or Canada or England or wherever it is, and they'll fall in love with someone, and then all of a sudden they're going to have a real problem because they're going to want to bring that person back to the country, and suddenly their entire worldview is going to implode. I think the challenge is this: we're not having that nuanced conversation that we need to have about immigration, because you had activists on every side that would either try to sort of hound you down as a xenophobe or a bigot, or you'd have people at the opposite end who would consider you a total bleeding heart. Now, I am Rami is an immigrant. I am the product of immigration. My grandparents got here immediately after the war, have made a substantial contribution to this country, as I would like to say I have as well. And I think, so by and large, I am supportive of immigration. However, I can also very clearly state that this country's immigration policies have been a disaster for a very long time. I mean, in simple terms, just the quality and the quantity. I mean, I know that, when my grandparents arrived here and they didn't speak English, first thing they had to do, they had to learn English, and then they had to get a job. And if you didn't fit in, you were going to have problems. So they learned to, dress like the locals. And there's all sorts of, very entertaining sort of migrant comedy from about 20 years ago. The Wogs Out of Work and Arn Dome and people like that. Where they talk about like Vietnamese migrants who would go to the supermarket and they wanted to buy chicken, so they'd come home with a box of cornflakes because it had a rooster on the packet and things like. And but the point is, they had to fit in. And Tony Burke's comments, if I understand them correctly, saying that, no one needs to assimilate, to me is an absolute disaster. I mean, if you compare, say, America or Israel and how they look at migration to Australia, if you're a migrant to Israel, now Israel's had sort of waves of migration. They rescued tens of thousands of Russian Jews. They rescued tens of thousands of Yemenite Jews. They put them into something called an absorption centre, and they all live together. And the first thing they do is they teach them the language, they teach them the culture, they expose them to the food. And, and then, the next generation, the kids all go into the army. And basically by the second generation, you cannot tell Israelis apart with the exception of the Ethiopians and the Yemenites, who obviously, because of their skin color, you can tell their background. But if you just listened to them or spoke to them, you wouldn't have a clue. America has always spoken about how, it's a melting pot. And whereas those countries are melting pots and they handle integration, assimilation, call it whatever you will, Australia has become a salad bowl. And this is why you can go to suburbs in Australia where you will see neon signs on buildings that are simply not in English. And you will have people dressed in an entirely incongruous, alien way. My grandparents didn't get off the boat here and immediately start, dressing like they'd come from Siberia. They figured out how locals dress, and that's what they did. And it's weird because Australian backpackers will go to Thailand, and on their first day, they'll rush out and buy a set of like Thai fisherman pants or whatever. And they look ridiculous, but they're trying as hard as they can to fit in. And every, blonde Instagrammer will go to Dubai and she'll try and put on a scarf or whatever, even though half the local women must just look at her like, we try so hard to fit in when we go on holiday. And yet apparently it's so abhorrent to think that a person who literally migrates here tries to fit in. And there's another problem, which is that once upon a time, migrants, and particularly refugees, were leaving something bad and going to something good, for whatever reason that was. War, poverty, economy, love, who knows. But they were leaving they were going from bad to better. And the lesson that they took with them is, let's leave the bad behind and not reproduce it here. So in 2016, when Donald Trump was running against Hillary, and there was also Bernie Sanders looking for a nomination at the time, the Russian Jews in New York were brilliant, because the Russian Jews were absolutely against Bernie Sanders because they had fled communism, they'd escaped communism, they knew a communist when they saw it, and they did not want it. But what we have now is, rather than migration moving in and saying, well, we want to leave the bad behind and focus on the good, instead they want to assert their previous culture onto the new host. And I think that's where you get a real cultural clash that needs to be there. So a melting pot's great because there's the old one, we get the food, and we get the hummus, and we get the tahina, and we get the Vietnamese food and whatever. But it's like, I'd like to be able to keep the hummus, but not have the jihad, if you know what I mean. So it's really a question of how that sort of melting happens. And what Tony Burke said, and it's clear he's just saying it so that he can keep his job and his membership to the Qantas Chairman's Lounge, is atrocious. People do need to fit in the way my grandparents fit in, the way Jewish people do this. There's an old expression, Jews are just like everybody else, only more so. And where that expression comes from is that every country that Jews went to, they went out of their way to try and fit in to their new location. And I think that's something that's been lost, and it's been corrected in some areas, but the problem is, if it's not managed carefully and slowly, it results in this massive overreaction. And you are here where young people who can't afford a house, or who don't have who can't afford a job, and they look around them and then they look at sort of nostalgia videos about how super awesome Australia was. They feel really, really hard done by. And the fault for that is absolutely on the politicians who knew this was going to happen, and they just don't care.
No. Rami, you're the immigrant. Sorry, I'll get back to you, Ben.
Yeah.
We haven't even heard of both of this. Hey, Ben, I'll give you one number. Rather than say how many we should accept, I'll tell you what we shouldn't be accepting. And I'm sure you'll agree with this, is 3,640 immigrants per day, because we can't cope with that. And
what about any that will go straight onto the NDIS?
Did you say with Rami?
No. With any people that wish to come to Australia.
Can you hold on that thought? I'd happy to address that in a minute. Yeah. But let's get Rami in, because he's barely had a say, and he's the immigrant.
No, yeah. Well, I find myself agreeing with mostly what everybody said here. Like it's the problem here is whether we're talking about the women from Nigeria, or whether we're talking about people from the Middle East in general. I think, as Bob puts it, it's the politicians that are the problem, because they don't know who to advocate for. They don't know how to set priorities. They don't know how to send messages to countries that consistently attack their minorities and consistently go after these people. My problem is not with Muslim people. I think just like we can accept that Nigerian women, we should be able to accept people who are of any different faith, whether it's Hindu, whether Muslim. It's the ideologies that I have a problem with. And if I walk out of the door right now, like Daniel said, all you see is neon signs that are in different languages. All you see is people who haven't assimilated. There's about, if I walk a block or two from now, there's a mosque here that, coming from the Middle East and having that instinct that when a stranger comes to my neighborhood, we know he's about to start firing missiles or something, and we know what they look like, that demographic. I can assure you there's like a couple of sleeping cells that are on the door of that mosque every single day. And I don't think we know where we're not putting where our priorities is all over the place, basically, especially when it comes to, election time. These politicians, they like lobbying for themselves to get the votes. They like to get into these community leaders who are associated with either faith values or different demographic values. Anyway, but what's going to happen is somebody like Chris Bowen, for example, he's going to go to a mosque, he's going to go to a church, he's going to go to all different leaders of that migrant community and try to get some votes. And what they want is they want more migration, and they want more people to not spread out everywhere, but specifically come to these areas, so their community can grow stronger, I guess. But we're not doing something very important here, which is background checks. I remember when my family had to come here, we have to go through months of back-to-back background checks to make sure that we are safe to begin with before we even start off with everything else. Yep. And I feel like right now, one thing that, just like I know about the Muslim rape gangs in Western Sydney that nobody likes to talk about, there's something that also I haven't seen anybody bring up, which is migration offices. When I first came to Australia, one of the most popular businesses, right now it's like coffee shops and nail salons and all these things in my area. But it used to be migration offices. It still is, but it's not as, it's the ratio has changed. All these people, I'm not saying all, but like most of these people who came here without any background checks, it's because there used to be storytellers basically in these offices who are writing made up stories for what these people had to go through to get their visas to come here. So there's, if I walk into one of these migration centers and say, can you come up for a story for my cousin who lives in, let's say, for example, Iran, and make up a story that would make him come to Australia after review. He'll get paid, you'll pay him. He'll get half of the money. He'll start writing a very nice tale about, made up stuff that happened to that family to bring them here. And there's not enough migration checks that's happening. That's one thing. And the other thing is, I think we should have had limits here. Like, I wish my family didn't have to come and really be in a community-based town here in Australia. I wish we were in a more like different demographics around us and mixed up with more Australians. Right now, if you come to my area here, the only homeless people you would find are white people. Okay, so and it's so sad because you can like if you go for a half an hour walk, you'll count white people on your hand. This is an Australian guy, Indian guy, Chinese guy, Indian guy, Chinese guy, Arab guy, blah, 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 blah. Then another Australian guy. I'm like, where are all the Australian people? How are we able to assimilate if the politicians have made this cluster of our, communities to prosper? It shouldn't be the case. There should be, there should be obviously rules and regulations and background checks, and yeah, it's pathetic. I mean,
It comes down to why they need the population growth. I mean, Australia is not at its replacement rate, and so we have a dwindling population and an ageing population. And there's also the question of GDP. And really, for this country, there's probably two ways to increase GDP. One is just bring in lots and lots of people. But that's a Ponzi scheme, because those people will also age, and then those people will need, so if they're saying, we need to bring people in to care for our aging people, well, that's great, except those people will one day need care. So it's a giant Ponzi scheme. Or the other option is dig things out of the ground. And that's why we were once called a lucky country. But of course there's a big movement sort of stopping us from doing that, which again is politically an absolute disaster. I mean, if you just look at energy pricing, that is the surest proof that we have, as Donald Horne said in 1964, we are a lucky country governed by second-rate people who don't know how lucky we are. The fact that we're paying that much money and no one can afford a house in a place that has as much land as we do and as much natural resources as we do. And you just have to look at this and go, this is insane. But coming back to why we have this in Australia, because if you had that level of bad policy in America, you'd have 1 million people marching the streets. If you had that level of bad policy in Europe, you'd have cars getting set on fire. And in this country, we come on podcasts, we get a bit upset about it, and then, then we go home and we watch Married at First Sight. And so they get away with it.
But that's interesting you say that, Daniel, because not long ago in this conversation, though, and I understand what you're saying, but this is where I saw also maybe some common ground with what I don't agree with it, but I understand it, the March for Australia. The moment they put their heads up to say, hey, we don't like this, they got all the labels coming their way. And some, no doubt, quite rightly reserved, especially when they had the NSN up there and talking in front of their rallies. But they actually got into a vein of people that wanted to protest. But in this country, for example, in COVID, when people started protesting, what did they do? They brought out the police with rubber bullets and started firing them at them. So whether we got the conflict mentality or not, I hear what you're saying about protest. But in Australia, protest, for a country that says it's about democracy and free speech, the only protest that seems to be allowed is the Palestinian protest. You don't see many others that are being encouraged like that. So I find there's a double standard within what we've got.
I think that also comes down to who's good at protest. I mean, I've attended a number of protests by Iranian expats. There was one I actually spoke at. There were 30,000 people there, and you could just tell that they weren't good at organising protests because they had small signs printed on A4 printers, and the PA system wasn't particularly good. Whereas the left and the radical left in Australia are extremely good at it. I mean, if you said to one of them, "Listen, we're protesting against koalas," right? By 5 p.m, they would have a truck-mounted PA. They would have marshals, crowd control, flyers printed, banners, and giant puppet koalas. Right? No one here would know how to do that. So there's a certain group that protests about everything, and frankly, I think Gaza is just the latest version. Because climate's not going to bring around communism, so maybe Gaza will. It's just the rebels without a cause, but I think that's why the March for Australia was an interesting one, because there were a lot of very ordinary, very decent people who were appalled when neo-Nazis got up on the stage. But they have a genuine concern about this country, its direction, as I do. They were worried about their kids, their grandkids, as is perfectly reasonable. And so this touched on it. I look at it now and I suspect the whole thing was just really a grifting exercise. The same as, the same groups are now trying to organise, rallies to capitalise on people's frustration about Ben Roberts-Smith. I mean, I think they're just grifting. And unfortunately, at the March for Australia, I think there were a lot of very decent people who probably got sucked in and deeply regret it. And that was very unfortunate, because those organisers have massively set back the possibility of the frank discussion about immigration that we should be having, because now when someone brings it up, they're going to immediately, cut to B-roll footage of, people smashing Aboriginal tent embassies or neo-Nazis standing around a Sydney park. And that's going to completely polarized. So it's great clickbait, it's great for news video, but it stops us having a sensible conversation. And by the way, it's a conversation that you'll have in pubs, you'll have in private homes, you'll even have in offices now, but it's rare that you're going to have someone who comes out in public and sort of says these things, and because they're not saying it, or because Talkback's not putting it to air, they're not hearing it at Macquarie Street, they're not hearing it in Canberra, or alternatively, they're hearing about it and they just don't care. And that creates a vacuum that then allows people who don't really know much about it to suddenly go, yeah, I can't get a job, and, blame that Asian migrant or that Indian migrant. And I mean, I'm drawn back to, I mean, he seems to have fallen out of fashion, but Jordan Peterson a couple of years ago, who was saying, listen, before you try and fix the whole world, lose some weight, work on your appearance, clean your bedroom. And I can't help but feel there are probably some people who, I think there are probably some people who maybe, if they spent less time on Instagram, complaining how hard it is to find a job because of migrants, and they just went got a job. I think some of it's self-inflicted. And I don't say for a second, I've already said, and I've gone on record, that I think the migration policy is wrong, both in quantity and in quality. But I also think, and we've seen historically, I mean, you see it right now in the Arab world, you certainly saw it in Europe in the 1930s. If you have a corrupt, despotic leader who's living in palaces, flying around in helicopters, and they can say to an Arab on $2 a day, the reason you're poor is because of the Jews. Or they can say to some German peasant, the reason you don't have food is because of the Jews. People who are looking for simple answers to things will go, yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's really, really dangerous. And that's why I think this whole migration debate, where we're saying we've got to close the borders, whatever, it's idiotic. But it's an extreme overreaction to a discussion vacuum and a lack of decent, sensible conversation that, unfortunately, at least in Australia, our politicians are simply not prepared to have.
They run away.
All right. Now, just before we go on, Benny, I'm coming back to you for the NDIS thing and a couple of other things. But Daniel,
that's all right,
it's 4:20. You said, when did you have to?
I'll give you another few minutes, Bob, but thank you.
Cool. Just on that one. It is interesting. We've got, and a lot of what we're trying to do here is maybe if we can find some common ground. I do think there is actually some common ground. I don't know whether we see through it though. All right. So I disagree. I agree with most, but again, it's a democracy. I'll disagree with some things you put there. I think we underestimate the March for Australia and the reasons for its being. Did they make mistakes? Yes. But the common denominator of that is people's concerns for immigration. Now, because March for Australia made those mistakes, that concern has not gone away. You know where all those common decent people have now gone, and the polls reflect it? They've all gone to One Nation. Because One Nation have the most ferocious out of the main political parties immigration policy. So they're benefiting from the March for Australia lot, or whatever you want to call them. And I think Scott challenged, I get a lot of flack for this because a lot of the NSN don't like Scott anymore because he broke away. But I think the way he handled it was pretty smart. And you've got to have some smarts and nuance behind what you do, because here's where the left, what you said then, Daniel, about the left is 100% spot on. They're so much smarter. Now, there's differences within the left, like you've got the Labor right, the Labor middle, the socialists, the thing, but they all work together. They put down their swords of differences to beat the common enemy. The common enemy is the right. What has the right been doing for the last 25 years? They've been at each other.
Going to work every day.
Yeah, well, that, and also going at each other. I mean, you look at Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and MAGA and all that shit. They like, for some reason, to fight each other instead of finding the areas they agree with. And by the fact that we fight each other, who does that benefit the most? That benefits the ALP and the left. Who gets elected again? The ALP and the left. What do? They raise immigration yet again. They do all the things we don't want. Then we fight amongst each other for 4 years, and now you got One Nation. It's all at each other's throat.
I think your ordinary Australian, your ordinary Australian who in this country is forced to vote might be detached from some of that. I mean, they're not politically active. Most of them probably couldn't tell you who Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson were, but they can probably be bored and be told, but this party's going to give me money, or this party's going to help me find a job. I mean, coming back to the March for Australia, I think they did seize on a moment, and the Overton window had allowed those conversations to have. But the organisers of that, I think, were very dishonest and quite toxic. But unfortunately, when the wheels fell off that, you had all these other people who, I guess, they just missed organising protests since COVID, and it was fun and cool and whatever. And so suddenly, you had like 6 people all competing for the same sort of crowd. And I think One Nation has done a sensible job of catching that, but also by wearing an Israeli flag and so forth. I think Pauline Hanson did a very smart thing by getting rid of all the Nazis who were festering in that party for a very long time, and have allowed it to become more mainstream. And of course, now you've got minor parties on the right who are all sort of fighting each other for that small little, far right vote, which I don't think is a path to electoral success for them. But yeah, I think One Nation probably hasn't changed. The Overton window has just perhaps caught up to it, and whether and I don't know whether that's going to help One Nation, but from some of what I'm hearing from the Liberal Party, perhaps they've found their mojo, or at least they're testing it. Personally, I'm quite cynical. I mean, I'll be honest. I think for a lot of people in the Jewish community, they have just flat out decided that there is no future in Australia, because the young people. And I mean, it breaks my heart to say that, but, the young people who have been going every single week to these rallies because they've got nothing else to do, and they've been told lies, and this isn't a difference of opinion. These are like objective lies, and they hear it and hear it and hear it. Those people will eventually become the teachers, the judges, the employers. One thing the Jews are very good at is knowing when it's time to leave. And when you see Jewish people, leaving a country, that's when you know that country is in a hell of a lot of trouble, and you are here.
Where do you think they'll leave to, Daniel? Where do you think they'll leave to?
Well, I mean, you'd have to ask them that. I mean, some are moving to America, some are moving certainly to Israel. There are others who've moved to Asia. I mean, I know plenty of non-Jewish Australians who are also moving. A friend of mine is moving to Thailand, and I said,
for
why?
financial reasons.
Sorry.
For financial reasons.
I'll give you something there.
I mean, a variety of reasons. That's probably that was probably low.
One.
The first thing he led with, he said, well, Thailand's got 40 Michelin star restaurants, which is 40 more than Australia. You can get a drink after 1 o'clock in the morning. There's rooftop bus. I mean, Sydney's become really expensive and boring. That was sort of where he was coming from. I remember when you could go to Bondi Beach, you could get a cheap hamburger at what became a Porto, and you could not get murdered, right? Those days are over, and that's and that didn't happen overnight. I mean, there have been people like me who've been warning about this for a very, very long time, and people who did not listen, who now are putting their hand up and claiming they're going to be part of the solution. I mean, they caused the problem. It's like the arsonist holding the hose, putting your fire out, and then expecting you to give them a medal.
Daniel, can I just ask one thing? I'm sorry, Bob, because I know you're short on time. But earlier on, you mentioned the melting pot, and the United States was meant to be a melting pot. Well, that might be the secular description of the United States now, espoused by politically correct people. But as we know, historically, the United States was actually created, and was a once proud nation reserved for upstanding white men of good character. That is what America is. That's what America was created for. Can we be in agreement on that at least? We understand it's a different interpretation now, but from its formulation, that's actually what it was about.
I think cultures evolve and countries evolve.
We understand that, but back then, we understand the secular interpretation of it now.
But I mean, I would also look at who was saying that. I mean, if you have a bunch of white Christian men saying this country is for white Christian men, that's unsurprising. Yep. But did they have any, as they would then call Indians, sitting at the table with them? Did they have any English sitting at the table with them? Probably not.
They had Englishmen. Yeah, they had Englishmen. Absolutely. Now, what about Australia? Was Australia created under similar circumstances with a similar vision by the men who founded the country?
Well, you could argue. I mean, it was a penal convict colony.
Exactly.
So how did the White Australia
what does
policy...
that mean? We're all expected to be convicts now? I mean, this is the evolution I'm talking about.
I'm just wondering. So we had the White Australia policy for the majority of our nation.
Can I interject? You're talking from 1901, right? So when we became a federation, when we became a country, was 1901. That is totally different to when, if you're talking about Australia being founded by the First Fleet. Australia was
100.
The worst, not even the worst of the worst, but the people they didn't want in England was Australia was it. We're sending you to the other side of the globe. Just remember, to get to Australia, then it took 7 months in a sailing ship. You were not going to be seen again. It was like going to the moon and back.
And there were a few Jews aboard the First Fleet, by the way.
So I totally do understand the point, and I do accept the point, and it is a relevant point to make that there is a difference.
Why did those original settlers for America go to America?
Well, because they sought freedom?
No.
Well, because they were under religious persecution, largely.
Towards a degree, yeah. They wanted to establish a Protestant utopia that was different from what they couldn't accept in Europe. So they thought the new world, new whatever, we can do this, we can go there. So
they were migrants.
Yes. So for and
Well,
and
no,
so-
they weren't migrants. They built the country.
Well,
Did
no,
they have to
they
get
were
to the
the
country
founders.
first?
everyone in the world.
I'm waiting for the penny to drop.
Everyone in the world is technically a migrant. Daniel will agree. The Jews are the biggest migrants on the planet. If you understand what happened in 70 AD, where they were forced out of Judea at the time by the Romans, where did they migrate to? Europe. Where were they forced to migrate back to? Israel. I mean, if you really want to get, for example, let's get into the Israel part and the immigration, everyone bangs on about something, how it was established. Israel was established because when the Jews went to Europe after being forced out of what was then Judea, which is now known as Israel, they were so oppressed, killed, slaughtered, whatever, they were forced go back to their homeland, which is Judea.
This is the great irony. All these anti-Semites will say to every Jew, they say it to me in the comments all the time, they say, go back to Israel. And in the same breath, they say Israel has no right to exist. So it's like a really roundabout way of just saying kill all the Jews. And I wish they were at least a bit more honest about it.
And I agree with on the immigration part. But this is when it comes back. When it comes back to, I think, I'm a Christian nationalist because I love Australia. Right, I want the very best for Australia. And I think when you're talking before, Daniel, about what unites us, I think that's something we can all agree. We want the very best Australia for our kids going forward, right? So it kills me when we talk about assimilation and immigration. When you came to Australia, when I was a kid, so 70s, 80s, 90s, even when I was an adult, this is the way you assimilate. You didn't have immigration officers. You did have a little bit of clumps of suburbs. So, for example, Oakland is known as Wog City. As you would know, Daniel, Caulfield's the Jewish sort of thing. But what did they all do? They all came, they joined a sports team, they played with us. When I was a kid, you get the Greeks and Italians with you, and you would call them the Wogs or what. But after a while, you know what? They came in and they played Australian sports. They built businesses. They went to Australian schools. They got on with Australian kids. And by doing that, you know what, us Aussie kids to those Greeks, Italians, and even later on the Vietnamese, we turned them into fair dinkum Aussies.
Yeah. The Jews
What
had to
about
start their own
cultural
golf
similarities?
Well,
There were cultural similarities there.
No, I disagree, Ben. I'll tell you what happens now, and you see it on X. Today, we had a prominent ALP politician, Julian Hill, and another guy, I can't remember. What did they have? The House of India. We're putting in 25 million to develop this enclave for Indians. They do it with Islamic communities. And what are they doing? They're putting them into electorates where they can benefit. They're not trying to get them similar. Sport is the biggest assimilator of everyone. I coach sport. In my current junior boys team, I've got a Sri Lankan boy, I've got two Aussie kids, I've got a Vietnamese kid, I've got two Vietnamese kids, a Chinese kid, and one of them is, you'd think he's white, Aussie, but his parents are German. And when you speak to them, they've got that thick German accent.
Don't mention the war.
Yeah, so no, we're already talking about it. So we get them all coming together, and what unites those kids is their sport. You know what they talk about? I'm around them as much as their parents. They talk about their next party, their next stay over, their next game of basketball, who they're following in the NBA. If you put them behind a screen and you just listen to their voices, you know what you're thinking? Aussie kids. We've lost that ability to bring our communities together. Now you've got an enclave like Rami's talking about in the western suburbs of Sydney. Oh, don't go near the white boys down in whatever.
Our local soccer team doesn't have an Australian flag on their shoulder. They have a Palestinian flag.
And that's what we've lost. And the problem and I'm sure Daniel will go through this, and this is where I'm going into numbers and I'm being overwhelmed. Back then, the immigrants had to assimilate because if they didn't, they had a life. Now they don't have to assimilate because we're bringing so many in. We've got these different enclaves.
And you also have the online benefit. So once upon a time, you had SBS or maybe you had a satellite dish on your roof, and that was the only media from the old country that you had access to. Now you could come to a new country, never learn the language, watch TV from the home, culture, sermons, you name it. And that's a particular worry because, we talk about closing down extremist mosques. You can still attend, online Zoom calls with extremists from overseas. So, the internet that was meant to bring a lot of freedom, and I think it did, is also a major weakness at throwing kids together on a footy field and basically saying just, sort it out. And whether you're a black fella or a white fella, Jew, Wog, Indian, who cares? figure it out, you know.
Yeah.
But
Hey, Daniel,
you're also not allowed
sorry,
to
Rami, go ahead.
criticize them. Sorry. You're also not allowed to criticize them. You're not allowed to have a debate with them online. You are, yeah. That's the problem.
Well, we're doing that, but I think there's a sensible discourse and there's an appropriate discourse. And then there's, I mean, nobody in this conversation yet has screamed "Shut up, Jew," but I get that in my replies. I get that in my replies all the time.
Sorry to laugh, but
you
come
know,
on.
like silence Jew, right? I don't think anyone here is the problem, right? But you know, but also in fairness, no one here is especially anonymous either. I mean, I think, you know, traffic would be better if everyone had to put their mobile phone number on the back windshield. It's amazing how, you know, anonymity and keyboard warriors has allowed people to say the most, you know, disgusting things. And of course, that also turns sensible people off. This is also why we don't get sensible people going into politics, because why would a really high achieving, capable person want to, you know, take a pay cut, spend more time in Canberra, and their reward is getting abused by complete strangers online? Why would anyone do that? So I think sensible discussions like this are great, because otherwise what happens is, you know, all the Muslims will sit in the mosque and have their conversation, and all the Jewish people have their conversation, and you know, all the Western Sydney locals will have their conversation, rather than all of us having a conversation and you know, solving problems, or at least finding common ground.
Hey, Daniel, you called Tony Burke a disaster. Would you be prepared to evolve your view and call him a subversive?
I mean, look,
Is he an enemy of the people of Australia at this point?
I would say yes.
By saying he does not believe in assimilation, that is not a part of his lexicon, he abhors the word.
I think he is a threat to national security. I think he is a threat. I think he is a threat to national security. I think he is a threat to the fabric of the nation. But I have to tell you, I think it would be a big mistake to single him out, because sure, he's looking to keep his job, but he's also following orders, and he, you know, like, I mean, that party doesn't let mavericks just do what the hell they want.
Okay, let's waterboard him then and extract the names who are holding him, or, you know, to accounts in that sense, who are giving him his marching orders. Should we be waterboarding these people to extract who is controlling them?
I don't think you need to. I think it's pretty clear.
I think
Who is it?
I mean, there was
I don't think we're clear. Who is it?
I mean, look, Ben, I know where you're going with this, and yes, I'm sure Jews were telling Tony Burke to bring in thousands of migrants from Gaza.
I wasn't going there. I wasn't going there whatsoever.
Well, someone would, because I mean, there's this absurd argument I keep coming across where they say Jews are the reason for all this mass migration. I guarantee you, not one Jewish person was begging Tony Burke to bring in 3,000 people from Gaza, many of whom literally want me dead. Right? He did that. That wasn't with our blessing. Okay, but I think you know, I mean, I had a thing on my X somewhere where you know, there was a migration agent in Western Sydney who basically explained what happened. Someone would go to Tony Burke's office and say, "Look, I've got, you know, 500 people, and we will work for you and vote for you, you know, if you bring in my cousin and my this and this and this and this." And Tony Burke just kind of does it, because unfortunately we have a political class here. They've spent 20, 30 years trying to get to that job straight out of student politics. They haven't just like blown into politics the way, say, a Trump has, right? And so once they're there, they don't ever want to lose what they have. So they will do anything they can to keep that job. And so as a result, rather than having politicians who have the national interest at heart, the fabric of the nation, the shape of the nation, they will put their own job ahead of all of that, and will never be held to account for it, because not one person sitting in Parliament is going to have a problem with either a pension or finding a job as a lobbyist afterward. But the people they are screwing over do. And unfortunately, because we have compulsory voting in this country, we have a huge segment of the population that keep voting the same way, which means there's no accountability. I mean, at least in America, you have bumper stickers that say, you know, "I shoot and I vote," or "I'm a migrant and I vote," or "I dislike migration and I vote." Politicians see that and it terrifies them. In this country, they're just not terrified of us. They don't care. And the voting population are the losers as a result of that.
Can I give you my vibe on Tony Burke? I think you're underestimating him. I think, and Daniel, remember this, Jeff Kennett, I think, was the best premier we have ever had in Victoria. All right?
Crown Casino.
Oh, mate, he did far more than that. I mean, he took us from being broke to being. Just Melbourne in the 90s and early 2000s was a magnificent city, and that was in large part to Kennett. But The person behind Kennett that really manipulated that government was Alan Stockdale. He was a great operator. He was the treasurer at the time, turned our finances around. I came to Melbourne when Kane and Kerner were here and were a financial joke. Kennett turned that all around. You've got to be careful with certain people. I can't stand Tony Burke, but I don't underestimate him. I'd say Tony Burke, and I'll give you another name that you might scoff at here a bit. These are the guys that are power behind Albo. Because remember, Albo needs numbers to stay in the Prime Minister's office.
Yep.
The two guys behind him in Tony Burke and Chris Bowen, who seem to have a fanatic desire to change Australia forever. And when Albo talks about progressive progressive, oh God.
Progressive politics, progressive advancement.
Progressive,
Bob, Hanlon's razor says never attribute to malice that which can be explained by stupidity. I think he might be overthinking his motives. He just wants to keep a job because he hasn't got another job.
No, I think he's right. Look, I'll tell you, that comment he made yesterday about assimilation, who was that a dog whistle to?
Well, he didn't want to upset, the imams who he knew would go berserk. Because if he said people need to fit in, he will suddenly have the Muslim vote crowd, the Ahmed Oufs and whatever, saying that he's being divisive and whatever. So, I mean, personally, for me, talking about national security, having the person in charge of Homeland Security or migration or foreign affairs in an electorate that is defined by all of those things is an untenable conflict. And so he can never be objective there.
Yeah, okay. They're beholden to those ethnic minority groups. Now, if we just want to tear the Band-Aid straight off for a second here. So we'll mention the politicians don't really know who they wish to advocate for. Well, we do know who they want to advocate for. The politicians will advocate for every racial group in Australia but white people. It's no great surprise why politicians will not advocate for white people, just as it takes place in the UK or the US as well. Because to advocate for a white ethnic group in majority white nations, that immediately would result in their immediate expulsion from public office.
Unless you're Pauline Hanson. You're going to
no, she is not specifically advocating for white people. As a matter of fact, she has plenty of candidates from the subcontinent. She just sat down and did an interview with Rukshan and obviously Avi that many other people have taken exception to. But we do not have one, gentlemen. And there is not one in the United States. There is not one in the UK.
Should we say advocating as a Christian instead of white people for Australians?
Well, no. We're speaking about white people here, the majority.
Let me get to the Groyper thing then.
Yep.
Is Rukshan, because this was clear on their thread yesterday, is Rukshan an Australian?
He is a paper Australian.
What does that mean? Because he's not white?
He's Australian by passport.
If he was white, would he be Australian?
If he was born in the country and he went back several generations and his forefathers helped build the country, yes.
So hang on. Would his kids be Australian?
If he's white, would he be, in your view and a Groyper view, if he was white, would he be Australian?
Well, Australian is a unique identity.
No, come on, Ben. We're not doing politics here. Don't dodge the question.
I'm not dodging the question. I'm telling you, and you may not like the answer, but I'm telling you in the mindset of people that are espousing this point of view, they believe the Australian identity is something unique, and it is reserved for certain people that came from a certain place around the world, and now they are the progeny of those people.
Okay.
It is not open. Australia is not the United Nations for everyone to come and become a citizen, wave the flag, and have a passport. That is not an Australian.
What was the makeup of the first fleet and the fleets that followed it? Were they all white Anglo-Europeans, or was there a mixture?
Well, I'm guessing they had some mixture on there, but
that would be correct. So,
convicts.
I'm taking you up to what you just said. Yeah. So, if we actually are all an end result of those first fleets, whether they're convict fleets or free settler fleets that go back to our founding, then we have to be a result of those people that were on those ships. Now, as you've just admitted, there was
British stock. British stock.
We've got Anzac Day coming up, so this seems timely. Are you familiar with Billy Singh?
Yes.
Let me. Okay, for everyone watching. So Billy Singh was a member of what was then called the Australian Imperial Force, basically the Australian Army. He was a sniper and he was of English and Chinese descent. And there's a memorial to him in Chinatown in Sydney. And he was probably one of the best snipers the world's ever seen. He had about 150 confirmed kills, probably more than that, maybe 200 or so, right? But he was Chinese. So Ben, was he an Australian?
No.
What?
I can explain to you why.
If you said that at an RSL club this Sunday, you'd get your fucking lights punched out. I'm telling you.
I would not.
You would.
No, I would not.
You would. There would be so many diggers who all wish they could be as good a shot as Billy Singh.
Hey, he can put on the uniform, he can pull the trigger and kill the enemy of Australia. That's fine. We understand that's what he's done. We will not detract from his contribution. But sir, I could live. Hold up 1 second. I could live in China for the next 3 generations, and my children who would be Caucasian would never be considered Chinese by the Chinese population, and they'd have no confusion about that. Similarly with Korea, we could have Nigerians are not Koreans and Koreans are not Nigerians. There are ethnic racial groups who are the foundation of a nation. And we understand that for every country around the world, but for white majority countries.
So if there were a
so
black
white
fella
majority countries are
listening
the
to you
only
now, they'd be saying, well, this was a black country and then Whitey got here. So is that evolution forbidden? Like, should we rewind the clock and then, of course, the white people have to go back to European settlements and the black fellas should be left here? I mean, where do you draw the line?
Some people have made that argument. I understand that, and they're saying, look, okay, well, if we have to send everyone back, well, all of you guys have got to pack up and move back to the UK. Then every Muhammad in the UK has to pack up and move back to the Middle East. But the problem with that is, I believe the consensus view is, if there was a place which could be a white supermajority nation where they could have racial preservation and purity, they would like to go there. But in fact, the way the globalism model works is any nation that was a white supermajority nation is currently being flooded with people who are not that. And we are being told we have to expect multiculturalism. So, in fact, there is nowhere for them to go.
Ben, no, you're conflating 2 arguments here.
Bob, sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt because unfortunately I'm going to have to leave you. We had a late start and I've got something bearing down on me. But look, good talking to you all. I look forward to continuing it online. Bob, thank you, thank you for having me. It is good to chat. I don't know whether people will watch it because there wasn't enough yelling and screaming. Maybe you can all talk about me once I'm gone. But happy to read people's comments later. And I thank you once again.
I'll be extending this, just Daniel, to both Ben and Rami, because it is sometimes difficult before. Anytime any of you guys want to come on in a one-on-one guest, you're always more than welcome. I respect all of you. So fantastic to have you on for your debut, Daniel. Great start.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right, mate. See you, buddy. All right, back to us. So, Ben, I want to get back to that point you just had. All right?
Yeah, mate.
You're conflating, in my opinion, and I don't think it's my opinion, I think this is actual fact. You've actually conflated 2 different arguments. So for the guy, I can't remember his name, but I've read of him extensively, the sniper from Gallipoli who had, he was... Mate, well, I disagree on this. In my view,
he's Chinese.
No, he had an Australian parent as well. He wasn't just pure Chinese. So he was one of our greatest soldiers. He went to war for this country. He saved Australian lives. He had bullets shot at him. He killed the enemy. He fought for the country for the entire. He came back and had his life. If you can't respect that and call that man Australian, I don't know what you can. But that's
no. So I did not, Bob, on that, mate. And this is an important point.
If you come back, let me finish the point. But then you went to post World War II and that migration. After World War I and after World War II are 2 totally different things. It's like flying from one planet to another. Immigration was naturally going to increase after World War II because in World War I, the plane had only just been invented. After World War II, technology advanced where we actually went from propellered planes to jet planes. And all of a sudden, you had people who could get from one continent to another in a day, whereby ship it would take 6-7 months. So naturally, in that environment, immigration, wherever it was going to go to in the country, would grow. That's just a natural consequence of that evolution of technology, just like it is with IT, the web, all that sort of thing. People can travel the planet a lot more easily now than what they ever used to be able to. So it is comparing 2 different types of world. So I don't think you can put those 2 sorts of arguments the immigration post World War One and the immigration post World War Two. It were two totally different worlds. So,
well, I think we can, and I'd like to say for the record, and I don't believe you deliberately misinterpreted. I said that gentleman, Mr. Singh, he deserves all of the accolades he received, and he deserves the camaraderie that he naturally would have and the affinity that certain people hold in their hearts for him. He earned all of that. I'm not detracting from that whatsoever. What I'm trying to convey to the audience is there is a belief, and it's a widely held belief, and it's not foreign at all for Japanese people to ever confuse a Nigerian with a Japanese citizen and so on and so forth. And although he may have had one parent who was Caucasian, one parent who was Asian, that means he is not what an Australian was, according to people who define what an Australian is. And that isn't, once again, that isn't to say he doesn't deserve the medals and he didn't do the right thing, he didn't fight for the country. I'm not saying that. And secondarily to that is, in regards to the migration that happened after World War One and then World War Two and the difference of that, yeah, we understand. But the migration that's taken place since World War Two originally was people fleeing certain nations in Europe. You had you had Greeks and Italians and others that came to the country in large part, and they certainly assimilated very easily, and they've contributed to the country. And although they are wogs, for lack of a better term, and that they identify as that and call themselves that as well. So it's not a disparaging term. That's just a descriptive term. And the reason why they were called wogs as well is because when they first arrived in Australia off the boats from Greece and Italy, they had to go into quarantine facilities because many people had sickness. They were ill. They had a virus. And back in the day in Australia, we called sickness or illness or a virus the wog. Are you feeling okay, mate? Nah, I feel bad. I've got the wog, which is just like saying I've got the flu now. So all of these people who were put into quarantine centres, they all came to Australia and they had the wog. And once they got over the wog, then they could come out into the major cities and participate. So when Australians at that point were saying, who are these people? And they said, well, that's the wog. So that's where the name was derived from, first and foremost. Do
you know what the acronym WOG stands for?
Go ahead.
You know what the acronym means, don't you?
No, go ahead.
Western Oriental gentleman. I'm not too sure. Well, I lived through the generation that used to call Italians and Greeks wogs. That's the first time.
We can't call them Orientals anymore. That's
no,
racist.
I know, but back then you did. That's what the acronym came from. That's where the WOG name came. It had nothing to do with the pandemic after the war. I mean, sorry. Sure? After the pandemic, after the war, the year of the pandemic was 1919, 1920. We didn't have immigration from Italian and Greek back then. That was
I was talking about the second influx that happened throughout the 50s. Now there are still these quarantine facilities down in Mornington Peninsula. I've been there. And I sat there and listened.
But that's not where.
And that was the gentleman who told me the history of this is why we called them wogs, because they came here and they were ill.
I think I got it wrong. Hey, let's get Remy in here. Remy. Sorry, mate. It's pretty hard when you got four of us who want to talk. Mate, you're an Australian citizen, right? Now?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm very curious on your thing. If you were an Australian and we went to war and you put on the uniform of Australia and went to battle, went into war, would you be offended if someone didn't consider you an Australian for wearing our uniform and fighting for this country? Or can you understand Ben's argument there?
I'm in between both arguments, to be honest.
Okay.
I'll be right in between. Yeah. I think not to change the subject, but I feel like conservatives in general, ever since COVID lockdown and these things happened, where the social influencer thing became a thing and conspiracy theories became a thing. I started to feel like conservatives started splitting, and they don't know how to win, and they don't know what they should be focusing on. And instead of focusing on this or that, let's just focus on something that would completely lose us elections instead of winning us elections. Let's completely focus on stuff that, at the end of the day, really doesn't mean anything in the long term. Like what we have now and the issues we have now, and what we're discussing, I don't feel like it impacts it directly. Especially if we're dealing with remigration. I think we should definitely remigrate people who are, and strip them out of citizenship if they committed crime in Australia.
100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's one thing I agree with. The other thing I agree with is, for example, we should definitely reduce the number of intake. We should do more background checks. We should definitely accept migration that would benefit Australia. For example, I don't have a problem with an Indian or a Muslim coming to Australia, or a Chinese, or even Middle Eastern, like, as long as they're going to benefit us, especially in the tech department. Like, with AI is the future and tech is the future, and we need these minds in Australia. And I'm not going to sit here and I'm going to judge that Indian guy whether, and Ben has a great argument here, because, like, at the end of the day, that Indian guy who's coming here is an extreme nationalistic Indian. Most of them are. They're going to come here, and he's not going to identify as an Australian. He's always going to identify as an Indian. Okay, he looks Indian. His tradition is Indian. His background is Indian. But where there's a blur line, for example, is when in the case of that Anzac you mentioned earlier, the sniper. I feel like that's where I disagree with Ben, because if, for example, let's say Ben himself got married, I don't know his marital status, but if he got married to, let's say, a beautiful Thai woman, and they have a child who looks white or maybe half caste, would you consider him Australian?
No.
You wouldn't consider your own child Australian?
No, he is half Thai. Why would I deny him his Thai heritage?
Because he's an Aussie. He's born in Australia.
His mother is Thai, and she has taught him the Thai language, and he can write Thai and speak Thai, and has an appreciation for the culture. And when he goes back to Thailand, he fits in very, very well.
Mate,
why would I deny that of my son?
Okay.
I don't think. Sorry, because I'm familiar with the Thai culture, I don't think Thais will accept him as a full Thai as well.
Of course not. He's going to be a half. He'll be a half Farang, which would be horrible for him.
Correct.
He'll be a half human that Jesus loves.
Well, Jesus loves all of his.
But are we going to do 26 million DNA tests to find out who's who?
No, I think it's. Well, no, of course we cannot do that many.
Listen, I think there was areas that Rami just brought up that we would all furiously agree on.
It's a very contentious issue, and there is nuance. There is room for nuance there.
It's a contentious issue, and take this the right way, Ben. It's a contentious issue within the Groyper fraternity. All right,
certainly,
it's not a contentious
100.
issue. Well, mate, if you ever come to Melbourne, I'd love you to come down to my training for basketball and tell every single one of those kids who go out, play basketball every week, like every other Aussie kids, go to tournaments, go out there, play with their mates, whatever colour, skin or cultural background, and say all the kids that aren't white, haven't got a certain heritage going back to there, you're not a white Aussie kid, you don't belong here. Because I just, hold on, I just don't think, I don't understand, and this is the part I struggle with the Groypers. I really do. I'll tell you what I do sympathise with. I sympathise with the mass immigration. I sympathise that white young men feel like their future's been taken away. I sympathise with the fact that the country has changed way too quickly, way too dramatically. And now young Aussie kids, whether they're white, black and white, have struggled to see a future with a home and a good career and some savings and a retirement that they can bring their kids into a better country. And I sympathise with the fact that they've lost hope. What I don't sympathise with is kids that have been born here. I'll give you an example. Thai woman, she's not Thai, she's Indonesian, but she's a lovely mum. Her parents immigrated here from Indonesia. They're Christian, very similar story to Rami. They are Christians living in a predominantly Muslim country, and they came to Australia for a better future because they were Catholics for their kids. You could not meet a more Aussie type of woman in your life. She speaks fluent English. She has an Australian accent. She grew up here. She's had a family here with her husband. Her kids are some of the most beautiful kids you could ever meet. Polite. They're everything that we would want out of any Aussie kid. They're polite. They study well. They're going to get a job. They're not criminals. One's studying to become a doctor. Their parents save like crazy to send their kids to Aussie schools. They don't want to send them to other ones. They send them to St. Kevin's. So, which is a good school.
In Toorak?
Yep. And, mate, to me, there's Dinky Die Aussie as any other Aussie kid you'd ever meet. But you are now telling me they're not Aussie. So I just, that's the part I struggle with. I understand the reasons behind the Groyper movement. I don't understand how, I just wish the Groypers would be honest. Take away the Christian nationalist, take away the word Christian. Just say you're nationalist. Be honest. It's like when NSN saying, oh, we're not Nazis. You know, this is where you lost, not you, the Groyper or whatever you want to call it, the NSM like thing. Clearly there was Nazi elements. Clearly we could see it. It's right there in front of our eyes, but they keep saying we're not Nazis.
With the
Just
NSN?
take ownership. Yeah, NSN. And listen, I know you've had her on. Beck, you say,
I don't think they were convoluted about the fact that they were trying to not appear as Nazis. I think the NSN were openly Nazis.
No, Beck Freedom is being denying that. They've got nothing to do. They just turned up on the day, but they carry the banner. They get up.
But Beck Freedom's not NSN. Let's not confuse. Really? No, they, as far as I know, they don't have female membership. They have male membership.
Well, she is sympathetic towards the NSN for sure.
That's all good and well. Yeah, but try to say she's a member of the NSN. I think that would be incorrect.
I've got no problem. If you got sympathy, even if you are an NSN or worse, you're a Nazi, I've got no problem with that if you take ownership of it. Take ownership of it and then explain to us why you do it. This bouncing around of this thing, and when I'll give you an example why I'm a bit violently opposed to what you're saying, right? No, this is legitimate. So you brought up the Chinese. Yeah. Another race of people that are very similar to the Chinese on immigration are the Japanese.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So we fought in World War II to stop the Japanese invading Australia. My father was in the RAF in New Guinea when they were in New Guinea trying to get to Australia. He was trying to keep our planes. He gave us some great stories about the Americans when they finally came in there and saved Australia's ass and all this sort of thing. And you know the group of Americans he had the most respect for was the African American troops. He said they were amazing. So we used to get these stories all the time coming up in Anzac Day. The Japanese, yeah, okay, you're talking about purity of race. Purity of race can lead to all the problems, like with the Nazis and the Germans and, you know, the blonde white guys and all that sort of thing, the Aryan race. The Japanese had a disdain for anybody who wasn't Japanese, whether that was Chinese, whether that was whatever. Do you know in World War II in New Guinea, they used live captured Australians as bayonet practice? Some of the stories you heard about how they treated Australian troops was disgraceful. So when you say we need to be like the Chinese or like the Japanese, I say, no, I don't really want to go there. Where I look with disdain. Now, the Japanese society, I think, has changed dramatically. I'm not too sure what a lot of the Chinese society has. And then a lot of the Chinese come here, you know what they come here to get away from? Is that sort of ideology, the communist ideology. Most of the immigrants do, and I'm sure Rami can attest to this, is from those ideologies to say, you live our way or else. So I can't accept, because of that fundamental thing, that if we've got a kid that was born in Australia, who's been raised as an Australian with an Australian values, an Australian attitude, an Australian lifestyle, we say to that kid, sorry, you're not Australian because you look different. Because that's what you're saying. You're saying that about your own son. Because your son would have Australian DNA in him, and you're saying because he looks different, he can't be Australian. What part of that am I getting wrong?
I believe I also said if he looked white.
Sorry, if he looked white. I wasn't talking you. That was a question more. So Ben, explain that one to me. I'd love to hear it. What the reasoning behind it? Does it come back to DNA?
It's all about DNA. This is about who peoples are and what makes them different than other peoples.
Okay. So, Jesus, you're a Christian nationalist. Is that right?
I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. That's correct.
Okay, good. So Jesus Christ, if he came to Australia, came back from that, well, wherever he is now, because he has actually Semitic DNA, he's not welcome in Australia. You're saying you would send the Son of God away from Australia because he doesn't share our DNA?
No, certainly. I would not say that.
No, that's exactly
Wait. Does Jesus have a Semitic DNA?
Oh, I'm not too sure, but he wouldn't have Aussie DNA, would he? Would he have Australian DNA?
I mean, if Jesus was God, so we can't really say that
he's the Alpha and the Omega. Yeah,
he's literally. But he's got heavenly DNA. Look, I'm taking it to an extreme. Okay. Peter, the first pope, he came back. Would you accept him? He'd definitely have Jewish DNA.
He's not Australian. That doesn't mean they cannot visit. I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination people
Peter
cannot
came
visit.
Back and said, Rome's not a good place for the Vatican. I want to bring it to Melbourne.
I don't understand the disconnect here. Like, we can all readily admit that a Nigerian is not a Korean, and they are distinct in their racial difference, and that distinction is based on their geography and their peoples and their history.
Well, let me.
And why then are we so quick to dismiss any type of identity for an Australian?
I don't disagree with you, Ben, with that example, but also if the Nigerian had a half caste, if that Nigerian was half caste and their parent, one of their parents was Chinese and he looked more Chinese, I don't think you would consider him a Nigerian, would you?
No. Once again, we have to call it for what it is. He would be half and half, and so the Chinese would reject him, and in large part his Nigerian community would reject him, and this is obviously what's taking place now. Children who are from mixed racial backgrounds a lot of the time find great difficulty finding a peer group that will align with them, because if they try to go with one side would be half of their racial group, they're never seen as equal as them because of their half caste status. And I know that's an unfortunate term.
Wrong. That's
no,
wrong.
it is not wrong. No, that is 100% true.
It is 100% wrong. I live it every single day. I coach kids that are half Aussie, half Indonesian, half whatever, full Indonesian, whatever. Mate, they don't have any trouble. They join a team, they go to school, they live their lives. It's when we get to adulthood. When you're a child, the prism of immigration, the prism of racism, all that, it doesn't exist until they get to the influence of adulthood. And that's when
it's actually more pronounced in childhood. Scientists have done many examples. What they do.
Don't bring scientists into it. Scientists bring in the renewables, green, bloody net zero.
Can I just say, if we are also just talking about, purely about DNA as well, I should probably myself consider both of you are half caste or more than half caste, because Assyrian DNA is the oldest DNA you can track, really.
Yeah, I might be Iranian.
Yeah, it could be, but this is where this whole DNA, it's like the generation thing, when we start talking about boomers, zoomers, all this sort of thing. Like, I have a pretty simple philosophy, right? We're all children of Christ. We're all children of God.
We are.
And we should accept each other for that. And when you start going into the DNA, you start imposing superiority and putting one person down above the other.
Who said that?
No, I'm not saying necessarily you, Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Not you, Ben.
Thank you.
So I can accept Rami because you talk about identity. Okay, what is identity?
You don't have to accept me. I can just prove myself.
Well, that's right.
That's what it comes down to.
But when it comes down to identity for me, it's not DNA. It's about a person's values, his morals, what he believes in, how he treats others. Is he charitable to someone who I had a conversation today with a person who sits on the NBL board, and I gave them a bit of an example, and he's a WOG, whatever acronym you want to put. His dad was a tan. But he was generous. Anybody who was ever going through a difficult time, he would do what he could to help them pick them up and get them back on their feet. Now, according to some, this is not you, Ben, but some from within around that group, he should be back in Italy, right? But he's as Aussie as anyone. I mean, the greatest thing that used to be about Australian, we would actually help everybody up. The Easter appeal for the Royal Children's Hospital, millions and millions and millions, God knows how many millions have been raised for that, because everyday Aussies want to help their kids be healthy and live good lives and get over diseases. That's the generous nation of being an Australian. When we start going down the point where identifying people by DNA as opposed to how they live their lives, I just think we're heading a very dangerous sort of, we're talking about social cohesion, we're talking about patriotism, all that sort of thing. I tell you, I'll give you an example. What was the name? Singh on Gallipoli? You're going to tell me he is not more of a patriot than Tony bloody Burke, who's got more Aussie DNA in him than Zing ever would? Give me the guy on Gallipoli, the sniper, every day of the week, twice on Sundays, over Tony Burke. And I tell you what, my dad and his mate...
To snipe Tony Burke? Or not to snipe him?
No, not snipe Tony Burke.
Okay.
I tell you what, my dad and his mates in New Guinea would have done to Tony Burke, but it would get me in trouble. And it's not very nice. He's a treasonous bastard. And if anyone should be in the dock for what they've done to this country, it shouldn't be Ben Roberts-Smith. It should be Tony Burke, Chris Bowen and Elbow. And you could probably chuck Penny Wong in there as well, because they're changing the face. We now are a country that, for a person like Rami, there's a number of there that resent him. I would even go, sorry, Rami, would probably hate you for where you've come from. Where previously if an Italian thing, they might get the label of wag, we'd joke around with them, they'd come and play football. If you kick 5 goals, hey, you're an Aussie, you're helping me win. It used to be totally different. And this is my frustration as a boomer. I've seen the way we've evolved, and that's not the Groyper's fault. That's not the Zoomers' fault. That is the fault of every politician and everybody who just tries to facilitate that. We've just had a conversation between 4 people of vastly different backgrounds, and we would all share different DNA. But we talk about a melting pot, and I hate that term, Ben. I'm with you 100% on that. But the melting pot
is fraudulent. It's fraudulent.
But would you agree that we've had 4 Aussies here talking about how we can make our country better, or would you disagree with that? See, I think
I would. I don't know what Ben would say, but I would half disagree with you on that, Bob.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm here for. Why?
I don't think that I will be fully Australian. I think my kid might be more Australian than me for sure, because I was born overseas. I haven't grown up in Australia. I came here when I was a teenage, not a child, and I still learn about the Australian culture, but I wasn't born in it. So if you ask me where I am, I will definitely say I'm an Australian to a stranger, but to an Australian, I would say I'm an Assyrian. I'm from. So it's very.
And I'm a Pom from Wessex. You know, my if I go back 2 generations, my grandparents immigrated to New Zealand, and then they immigrated to South Melbourne, and that was 2 weeks before we became a federation. Let me ask you, I'm sad to hear that, Rami. Let me ask you a few questions. You're a Christian?
Yes.
You got kids?
No.
No? You're going to have kids? That's your goal? You're young enough?
I hope so, yeah.
Yeah, so you're looking to get married, have a good job,
yep.
Buy a home, send your kids to a good school, give them a good education, get them into sport. You can tell me anytime I'm wrong here.
I can't say I'm going to. I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. Right?
Yeah.
So, I'm just going off here. So you hope you're going to do all that.
He's going to win a Brownlow.
Yeah.
Swans.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And mate, to your credit, here you are in a conversation with 4 other Aussies with all different opinions and things, having your say on what we're trying to do to build this country. Now, this is where maybe me and Ben will disagree. To me, you might not think you're an Aussie, but you have all the and this is what I'm talking about, identities. To me, that's the values of an Australian. To want a better life for your young kid, to want something that you never had. Maybe for me, I had. I think Ben's probably had a pretty good life. I could be wrong, Ben, but let me know. But it used to be that if you were an Aussie or you lived in Australia, that was the lottery ticket.
No. I sorry to stop you there, Bob.
Yeah.
There is also the cultural element to it. For example, if I got married and I had kids, not just because I'm a Christian, not just because I'm an Orthodox, but because of my tradition as well. I would rather my daughter not to go out at night, and I would rather my daughter not to go night clubbing and not know who she's hanging out with. Where in an Australian culture, you're able to let go of that sort of cultural.
Mate, do you think Australian white dads would have a different opinion to you on that?
Yep.
Well, I could line up about 10 that would totally furiously agree with you. The difference in Australia is because the way the kids, if I had a daughter, and this is from coaching, right? You know who the most protective parents are? It's got nothing to do with the sons. If you've got a father of a daughter that you're coaching, you better do everything right, because that father is going to come at you like you wouldn't. I'm talking dinky die Aussie dads, white, could be going back to the first. If you don't treat their daughter right, you are in a bit of trouble. Now, unlike in other countries, from your background, in Muslim countries where they're looked down upon or whatever, Australian dads begrudgingly say, we live in a democracy, we're Christians, they got their life at 18, they can go do what they want. But I guarantee that kid that goes out to that nightclub, the first person sitting at home with a baseball bat waiting for his daughter to walk through that door is the father. So I don't think you're that far away from an Aussie dad that what you may think.
We could believe in the same thing, but what I'm trying to say, if I wasn't, for example, a Christian, if I was a Muslim, it would be a completely different thing, and that's because of their cultural background. That's why I wouldn't consider a Lebanese Muslim guy an Australian. I wouldn't, just like I wouldn't assume myself too, because I grew up in a different culture, and I try to assimilate into a different culture as well. If I happened to marry an Australian and my daughter was half a Kaz, then she would be half an Australian because she would have half of my culture and half of her mother culture. So, and it gets more complicated than that. So what I'm trying to say, maybe I would agree with some Australian parents who are true Aussies and on some things, but on different things I might disagree. But the idea is I'm bringing my own culture and what I've learned from where I grew up. So
Ben,
Bob,
Ben, interesting question for you. Sorry, mate. We got to get back to NDIS thing, mate, because I followed you off on that before.
That's okay.
You're a young guy. I'm curious. We've heard Rami. He's a young guy. He's got ambitions for his life. I'm too old for this shit anymore. What's your ambitions, Ben? Take away the Groypers, take away all the other stuff. What's your ambitions for family and kids and your future?
Let's get to tomorrow. Let's make it to tomorrow, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do the day afterwards. I think
kids?
Well, no, of course that my views for what I intend for a family will remain private for now. I think that's fair.
No, that's fair.
And there's a reason why I don't already have 4 children by 5 different baby mamas, because I understand one of the reasons why the country is in trouble is because far too many people have been having children and they weren't ever going to be dedicated parents to their children.
I'd agree with that.
They weren't going to be an upstanding citizen. They certainly were not going to be an example for them. They were not going to impart onto them the values which would be beneficial to the nation going forward. And many people are having children. I'm unsure as to why when they're not committed to the rearing of those children. So my position is that I would hope everyone thinks very carefully and puts themselves in a position, at least financially, where they have stability. If they do wish to bring children into the modern world, they do so appropriately and not haphazardly, to avoid some of the pitfalls of a child growing up in a broken home, a child growing up in a house which is affected by drug abuse or alcoholism or gambling or whatever social ill. There's domestic violence. There's a lot of things going on now. I believe choice of partner is crucial, and it's difficult for young men now, Bob, as well, to find a partner who they can see virtue in, and virtue of wanting to be nothing but the best mum in the world. And so it's hard for them. Now, I don't face that challenge. I'm happily settled, which is fine. But I think this is one of the primary considerations which many people have abandoned, and I would prefer if we got that back on track, because the building block of our society, of the nation, is intact families, and they should be exalted. It should be encouraged. I don't see any community service announcements encouraging Australians to stay together, to marry the right person, to raise your children. We see every other community announcement, but we don't see that. That would be my personal view on it. There's a couple of other things as well that I want to touch upon.
Can I, before you touch on that, I'll give me 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, because you want to do your NDIS stuff.
No. Well, I'll let you do all that. We can cut. I just wanted to comment what you said. Perfect, brilliant, mate. That's for a young man. You don't hear that too much. So that was a very noble and virtuous, and dare I say it, Christian sort of thing to do. And I think you've hit actually on one part. If Australians want to preserve their culture, and this is, whether we talk immigration or not, there's one easy way to do that is if every Australian young man had your attitude, our culture would be fine, because we would be having families, we'd be raising kids, we'd be bringing them up in the culture. Even with people who come into the country, we could get them to assimilate better. If you want to preserve our culture, having a strong family unit within our culture that understands the Australian way of life, I would 1,000 furiously % agree with you. That is the key to it. So very well said, mate. Well done.
I think it's self-evident to anyone who looks at the situation.
Not many people think your way, mate, anymore. Sorry, it's not self-evident anymore these days, and I think that's a great pity. And it's one thing we used to have. We don't have.
Well,
that
that's a failing of our curriculum and education.
It's failing of our politicians, curriculum, education.
But there's one way we can easily rectify all of this, and some people might say this is outlandish, but in reality, what we need is a discriminatory immigration policy And wherein what you would say, and I suspect some Groypers would agree with this, maybe not all, but most. Shout out to Jesse Lee Pedersen, mind you. You guys won't know who that is, but other people may.
No, I do know him very well.
Amazing. I'm very happy to hear that then, Rami. So if we want to correct some of the trajectory that Australia is heading towards and reverse that trajectory and steer it in a different direction, the easiest way to achieve that within a generation or at least 2 generations is to have a discriminatory immigration policy wherein men would be prevented from coming to Australia. Totally. There would be no male immigrants coming to the country. We've got a birth rate issue. Okay, there's plenty of single guys in Australia that are lacking for women. And what we would do is we would say Norwegian women, Swedish women, Czech women, Swiss women, German women, Polish women, Russian women of childbearing age, if they want to come to Australia and marry an Australian man and have children, yes, they get the passport and we'll send them over business class. They can come immediately.
But no Nigerian women without a wrist.
Well, they're going to be without hands and most likely have to go on the NDIS, according to Bob's example.
We haven't debated that one. Yeah, but
so what we want is we want people who are willing to come to the country who are looking forward to birthing children. And we don't want them to be impacted by radical feminism, which is forcing young women to now falsely believe the best life for them is to attain a career and think about having kids in their late 30s, whatever it may be, and finding the right man at that age, whilst passing up all of the great men they meet from 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Would you rather
go on,
sorry, Ben. Would you rather have somebody who can bear children, or would you rather have like an AI engineer expert coming to Australia from China, a male?
Well, we don't have to go into eugenics and robotics, but the sex bots will arrive in our lifetime pretty soon. When we arrive in the next decade, sex bots will be
I'm glad I'm going to be dead by then. And like in that world.
Well, so these are the things which are taking place, and not only that, there's been recent scientific developments. I'm unsure as to the veracity of them in application for the entirety of the globe, but there have been some announcements wherein they say that women don't need men any longer to conceive. There's enough stock out there that literally men can be rendered obsolete, and women don't need men for child production participation, I think is a pleasant way to say it. And so therefore, that's not a good future for us, Bob. It cannot be a good future for us. Are things going to change? I think they're going to change drastically. And I think everything that's happening, particularly in regards to the Groyper mindset, as opposed to a more traditional mindset or a more archaic mindset, may be a better way of saying it.
When you're saying traditional, you mean Christian?
No, I mean people that have their heads buried in the sand about race realism and the reality of what's actually taking place on the planet. People that think everything's going to be kumbaya and great, whilst they totally ignore there are 1 billion people that wish to come and conquer our lands and destroy everyone within it and snatch our daughters for their own sex slaves for generations. Because history is replete of examples of this taking place. And I think people forget that the history of the world has been nothing but rape and conquest and violence and destruction, which is interrupted by brief periods of peace. And because we live in the first world and we live down land down under, we have escaped not only a civil war, we've escaped a lot of the conflicts which people still have been dealing with for more than a millennia in other regions of the world. And that lulls us into a false sense of security of the true danger which presents itself there. Now, Bob, you're totally on board with this if I say it's an Islamic caliphate. You can certainly recognize the danger with the Islamic caliphate, and therefore you wish to reduce the numbers of certain proponents of that ideology being in Australia. Now, there's a litmus test which could be asked by the Home Affairs Minister prior to their arrival. It would be, do they reject the jihad and do they disavow the caliphate? And that would be the litmus test. Now, there would be some Muslims who would lie, but I think that would be a good way to perhaps filter out some of the ones who will be more harmful to the country than beneficial. But once again, a question like that cannot be asked because that is considered xenophobic or Islamophobic or whatever it may be. So people are being backed into a corner.
To his credit, and the problem is the party he's got behind him, to his credit, wasn't a lot of that in Angus Taylor's latest immigration policy where they had to swear an oath to Australia about our thing. I mean, he'll get.
Can I cut you off, Bob,
Yeah,
just
sure.
for a second, because there's a very important detail.
No,
You
go.
find that most people who are taking that oath don't even speak English. Like if you go to any Western Sydney election booth and do what I do, which is stay there for the whole week during an election and just, chat to voters, thousands of them. I think about 99% of them, 99.5% of them wouldn't know the national anthem.
No.
They wouldn't know anything about Australia. Like 60% of them wouldn't know anything about Australia.
So
70% wouldn't even speak English.
No, on that you're right. Okay, that's the current one. But look,
I'm just making up these figures.
No, I agree.
Estimate.
I'm just trying to correct it because, to his credit, and it took me back a bit. I didn't think he would go this far, and because he went this far, I don't know how long he's got left as being leader of the Liberal Party, to be honest. But a part of that policy too was that every immigrant here who came here had to learn Australia, and no more of these signs as well. It was actually, I was taken aback. I didn't think he would get this up under the Liberal banner. It sounded more like, I think it's more of a reaction because One Nation's thumping him in the polls. Mm-hmm. But it is nice to see Australian politicians now starting to push back to the right. Now, it might not go as far as like a lot of in Ben's circles may want it, but it's a massive leap from where they were. If he doesn't recover in the polls, though, and this is the problem we're talking about where the right eats itself up, he could lose his spot and then the Liberals go back to Labor Light and we put the bloody Labor Party back in again and we have this cycle of going around. So I think this is one of the reasons I'd like to get a lot of us starting to talk is ultimately out of this is how do we find common areas? And for you, Rami, I'm trying to say, well, listen, you're part of that right that can help us solve these problems. You've lived through it. You've been through it. The same reason, Ben, for that Nigerian woman. Going back to those ladies, Ben, as a funny aside, this is just a funny point. If I was 25 and you...
And my heart does go out to them. My heart does go out to people.
Let me have a bit of fun with this, and we can have a laugh. That policy you talked about bringing over Swedish women, what was it?
I'm dead serious about that. That is dead serious.
Yeah, good. I get it. I don't know whether it worked today. But the
men would vote for it. Men would vote for it. If it was a policy, men would vote for that.
I'm going to support you. If I was 25... If I was 25 again and you put that to me at 25, I'd be going, Ben, you've got my vote. Because seriously, some of the Norwegian, Swedish women and all that, mate, they were just hot.
Forget about it.
But the problem then is you brought in to get away from feminism. Well, sorry, one of the hotbeds of feminism is Europe. So those European ladies you mentioned back in my day would have been your traditional type, stay at home, raise a family one. The ones you're trying to bring in now, they'd be right up the woke feminist type sort of thing. Now, radical feminism, I think, is a bigger problem in Australia. Not as big, but it's a big problem that's up there along, I'm going to get so much hate for this, but with radical Islam. Because and I'll tell you, Ben, this is where you'll agree. It's tearing down, what you've just said, it's tearing down young men's role in society. And society, I'll go one step further than what you need. We need a revival of young men who see purpose in their life, to be the head of a family, to have a career, and here's the bigger thing, to fight for this country and defend its culture. How many young Australians would join the military to fight a war right now?
Have you seen the latest
it's ridiculous.
Advertisements?
Why would you do it?
From the military? Yep. I'm seeing women that are walking up to an F-18 fighter jet. I'm seeing women who are driving tanks and holding machine guns along camaraderie of other women. And when you're at a cinema, or you can see the advertisements on television, advertisements on television, commercials, this is the way it is. The entire recruitment drive has been wokeified in a sense. Yeah. And this is evidenced by what they're trying to do, obviously, with Australia's own Rambo, Ben Roberts-Smith, in that case, where he is toxic masculinity personified and he has to be removed and denigrated, and we're going to replace all of our fighting age men with women. Yeah, it's a nonsense concept, and frankly, it shouldn't be happening. We should be going the opposite direction. That isn't to say that women don't have much to offer to the country. Of course they do. They always have. The whole reason why men fight wars is for our women in the first place. The whole reason why men slave and go to work and make all the sacrifices they do in their life is to put a smile on the face of the woman they cherish and to provide for her. That is something we want to do, and we do that willingly. So we sacrifice ourselves so we can elevate them.
Yeah.
I don't think the Australian government should try to be courting women through sensational public relations campaigns to want to be the front line of our fighting force. I think there's certain roles which should be removed from them, and they should never even expect. In regards to, what are we going to do about the Swedish women that want to come over and the Norwegian women, because a lot of these European women have been indoctrinated with radical feminist ideal. Yeah, that's all true, but there would be prerequisite there. I said childbearing age, and obviously they'd have to tick the box. Are they intending on having children in the next 2 years upon their arrival, or at least conceiving within 2 years of their arrival and being married? And the radical feminists would never tick that box. They would never tick that box. They would be able to eliminate the ones we don't want, and we'd be able to bring in to the tune of several 100,000 a year who'd be willing to start, contributing to the nation in regards to bringing children into the world.
But you wouldn't look at, for example, the example Rami gave, Thai women, or the one I gave, Indonesian women, who I find actually are more attuned to the family block than what you would find now. I mean, European women from 40 years ago are totally different to now, right? Mm-hmm. But a lot of the Asian women, and let's remember, Asian is broad. It's from Japan to Turkey, right? So you have different cultures all across. So when you say Asian...
And also the elephant in the room, which is most Groypers are more inclined to like Asian women than European women.
Exactly.
Yeah. Is that true, Ben?
Well, many of them, what they will say is if they are going to have to formulate a relationship with someone other than a white woman, which would be their first preference, if they could only then find an Asian woman, they would take her because of the femininity, because of understanding specific roles of different genders and responsibilities, and leaning into whatever that responsibility is in regards to motherhood. And also, there's a firm understanding that Asians are very closely aligned to Caucasians, far more so than Nigerians. And based on that, and that alone, and IQ, and a few other determining factors.
Why do you bring IQ into it? I mean, yeah, I know where the IQ...
It's extremely important.
No, well, hold on. No,
it's extremely important. It is the most important.
Let me finish the question. You're bringing an IQ on certain African races. You can't say this on all of them. Certain things that and I've heard this argument a number of times, their IQ is radically lower. Now, I've got no doubt that there's some truth to that, right? And especially and this is where your immigration policy is so important. With the people you allow in who want to contribute to the nation, is the IQ, I'm just curious, do you put that down to all DNA, or do you also put it down to environment where they've literally had no education for generations and the way that environment they've been raised? Is it all DNA, or is it just as much environment?
I think it's fair to say if your grandchildren never learnt to read or write, and then their children never learnt to read or write, and then by extension you never learned to read or write, you'd be functionally retarded in a modern society.
Yeah, okay. So if you took them out of that, if you took them out of that environment for 2 generations, is the potential for them to be now high IQ increased?
Well, no. So scientists have done the studies and all these various permutations of such things like that. They've even done it with twins, Bob. They take a twin out of an affluent family and they'll put one with a family of low socioeconomics. These are children that were placed in an orphanage. And regardless of the circumstances that were raised in, typically, because of the genetics, they will both have similar outcomes based on their brain power. And so IQ is measurable, and it does determine the success in lots of cases for people in their lives. And it also, people with higher IQ aren't as quick to rush to violence. People with higher IQs do not suffer the same rates of poor impulse control, etc., etc. And there are certain races around the world that have much higher IQs than others, and that isn't to say that Africans are at the lowest, Bob, because I think we're making the argument we can say this. So according to testing by the scientists and the people in behavioral scientists and the people who administer these tests and have done so for generations now, at the top of that totem pole of IQ, you would have Ashkenazi Jews. And then under that, you would have Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese. And then under that, you would have Europeans. And then under that, you might have Latinos. And then under that, you would have Africans. And under that, you'd have sub-Saharan Africans. And at the very bottom, you would have Australian Aboriginals.
Wow.
And the testing has been done on that. That's accepted across the board. Now, lots of people want to then cast negative aspersions on that and say you don't value them as much. That means you're a supremacist and all. It doesn't mean that whatsoever. People are born with different abilities and different capabilities. And there's a falsehood which is out there that says we're all equal and everyone can attain the same success in life. That's bullshit. Everyone knows that's bullshit. Smart people go on to lead companies. People who aren't as smart as that go on to work under them within the company.
Okay. So Warren Mundine is an Indigenous person.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we even hyper focused on this and not what's going on with like the conservative movement in Australia? Like, how would this get us to where we need to be?
Because as far as being curious.
Okay.
So, okay, come on, Remy, you haven't said a lot. What do you, for you, we'll get to your...
my priority...
big point on conservatives?
My priorities is to win the election, for conservatives to win the election, for people who on our side to win the election. And, these discussions, like, I'm happy to sit down with anybody who wants to discuss this and discuss it in, like, on the dinner table, the perfect place to discuss it. But like, I think what's really important is what I see happening, and I really mean that, is the conservative movement, or people on the right, I should say, ever since COVID lockdowns and everything we had to endure for 5 years has been affected, like mentally affected. There's certainly a mental illness across the board, but you can see it in the conservative movement because they, instead of getting organized, there's this little fear with everything with every direction you go, with everywhere you go, there's mistrust because of what the government did to us, because of what we had to endure and how much we had to sacrifice, how many of us lost jobs and everything. So now everything is either a conspiracy theory or either away from the main focus and there's just, like, I was at the church the other day and this 70-year-old woman is telling me Charlie Kirk was a hologram or something like that when he got shot. and this 70-year-old who's a Christian and you would expect her to be a bit, rational.
Obviously on X there a bit.
But the poor lady, like, has been, like, whether it's Candace Owen who's telling her this, whether it's someone else, a social influencer who wants the followers, who wants to be engaging, I think that all doesn't matter. Like, I think, let's get back to what we used to do before COVID lockdowns. Focus on elections. Focus the important policies right now, and then hypothesize about a utopia policy sometime in the future when you win, and not now. Yeah. So
your issue, I think, in Australian politics is before you get to an election, the media, and whether you like them or not, and I hate them, the vast bulk of Australians still get a lot of their the ones they trust is the media they turn on at 6 o'clock, which is those little points. That's something I think you also can't underestimate. And they're going to want, and I think quite rightly, before you're heading into an election, a policy so people know what they're voting for. So Ben, to his credit, whether I agree or disagree, and I'm sure he's got a list here he's about to go through for us, is certain ideas on his politics ideology that he would like to happen in Australia. He just outlined a policy there that I've got no doubt will just get annihilated by the media leading up to it, whether you agree with it or not. So this is the way, whether we like it or not, it's messy at times, but this is the way it should be. And this is something in Australia we should be grateful for, that we can decide our governments based on the policies they put to us and we can vote them in or out. You're not going to get that, for example, in Iran. So at least not right now. So it can get messy, and especially on the conservative side. The problem with the conservative side, if you're a true conservative, you believe in free speech, free opinion, the right to, with Ben, assembly. For example, I'm totally opposed to our hate speech laws. I'm totally opposed to, let's say, the worst one. I'm violently against the NSN. But if you want to be a member of the NSN and you want to assemble with those people, okay, that's your right in a democracy. You accept the messy parts as much as you accept the good parts. So you've got to be able to put it forward. And on the conservative side, because we believe in those things, Ben can have his opinion, you can have your opinion, I can have your opinion, and that's where it gets a bit messy, and it's a much harder to unite. It's on the left side, they are much more into a totalitarian thing. You've only got to look at our parliament. In the ALP, you are not allowed to cross the floor. In the Liberal Party, you are. And what do the media do when the Liberals cross the floor? Oh, look how disunited they are. No, they're actually embracing the right to an individual's opinion to speech. So to unite this conservative side, like you're saying, which I totally agree with, by the way, it is a much more difficult exercise, and the left are much better at it because they're infatuated with it. One thing Daniel said before, what are the right doing? Well, we're on getting jobs and doing our thing and trying to get on with lives and have families and all that. The left, they put ideology before family and work. The right don't. And that's actually a good thing on the right. But it also makes it very hard to be politically successful. So as a conservative, what would be your number one issue that we have to address then, Rami, in this country, so that would unite us?
Migration.
No, I think
I have a list of things, but on top of it is, of course, migration.
Well, give us three of your top issues, and then we'll give Ben three of his top issues, and we can then go through them, because I want to shut up for a while. We'll give you the first three. Rami, migration.
Actually, I was asked this on a survey yesterday, and that's not how I actually answered it. I think number one was actually taxes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it was taxes, then migration, then political corruption.
Oh, so
I mean that was second on my list. Sorry,
yeah.
But yeah.
Well, every conservative, I think, would furiously agree with you on every one. To what degree we would take it is interesting. What about you, Ben? Your top three?
Well, millions must go.
So
millions must
remigration.
Go. They must. Scotty Challen's even come out and said this. Sam Bamford has come out and said this. Plenty of people who were not evolved to that point of view 6 months ago are now there. They've looked at the demographics, they look at the future projection for what the numbers will bear out, and they see Australia by the year 2100 being a foreign country, possibly with English not even the language spoken in Australia any longer, based on the demographic change which will take place. And the dilution of the white population.
Okay, when you say millions must go, because we never get specifics about it. The one specific I get is students here that come over on a student visa but aren't a student anymore. They're working. So I agree, they've got to go. Criminals have got to go. But now be more specific about when you say millions, because that doesn't account for millions. Who are the rest of the millions that have to go?
I think that's already millions, but I could be wrong.
Oh, no, you don't have millions of... the latest data that I read is about 70,000 people in Australia that came here on a student visa that aren't attending university. No argument from me there. They've got to go back. For a criminal, even if you're an Australian citizen, in my opinion, so kids that are running around Melbourne, which, let's be honest, a lot of them are Sudanese gangs, and they've got a machete, but even if they have got Australian citizenship, they should lose that citizenship, they should go back to Sudan. I won't have any agreement with that. So, Ben, I'll give you the example of that girl who's raised a family here. Her parents immigrated from Indonesia. They're doing all the right things. Can they stay or do they go?
They would not be at the top of the list, I would suspect.
No, okay, no. You said millions. Let's say we've got 1.5 million now.
This isn't
Should they be able to stay in Australia? That's a simple question. That's a yes or no. Ultimately, should they be able to stay or should they have to go back to Indonesia?
If we are to achieve the outcome that many would prefer, which is Australia returning to 95% of the population being Caucasian, but obviously, and there are people that would remain naturally. That would take place. But once again, that example you used, I don't think it's fair to throw them to the front of the line or even within the first couple of million.
I would argue it's not fair to throw any line. Okay, so let me extrapolate.
Given that there are millions more.
Let me extrapolate this out. Have you got a rough idea of how much of Australia now is white Australia?
Yeah, it's a dwindling proportion, and it is approaching
55 or 60%.
It is, and 30% of our population is born overseas.
Okay,
30%.
So to get your point, and I'm just finding out. Let's say your point is noble, right? There'd be some that would say it's not. There would some that would say it is, and there's probably a number of us, probably like me, in between. To get to that point where you can put deportation in, you're going to have to win government in both houses.
It's going to be very uncomfortable. There's going to be a lot of shedding of tears.
Before it becomes uncomfortable, you've got to win government in both houses.
Exactly.
so you would have, I would say, so to win government in both houses now, like Labor did, they won it with 31%. How in God's name are you going to win government to get to a point that you could approve or get a policy in that would get that sort of remigration, deportation, whatever you're going to call it? I'm just curious, how are you going to get there? Because I see that as an impossible task. And going back to Rami, if we're trying to unite the Conservative side, I'll guarantee you there's at least 50 to 60% that would be against our policy. So I'm just curious, if we're forgetting everything is the numbers of the game to get a Conservative government in, and you're proposing that sort of policy. Is there any way you would draw that back to, if Rami is hearing that, well, he's on a boat back to Iraq, but he's a Conservative guy. Right. I'll guarantee you this: the most conservative people you've got in Australia aren't Australians.
They're Muslims.
No.
Oh, they're not. They're not Muslim.
Oh, well, they're conservative but different. Let me finish. So if you've got predominantly Asian, not Muslim, Vietnamese, Chinese, Thai, all those, that Asian region, they believe in family, they believe in business, they believe in education, they believe in low taxes, they don't want government overreach because they've had that, that's what they've fled from, and they're the ones that can get a conservative government up. But at the very same time, the Groyper movement, or whatever you want to describe it, talk about deportation and say we've got to get rid of these. The people, and we've all just agreed on this, who've created this problem are our politicians. The vast bulk of those politicians who created those problems are white Australian with a heritage going back a long time. So you're going to get rid of the people that can turn this into a conservative nation and retain the people that's created all the shit problems here. I'm just wondering how that works.
Well, Bob, you're addressing something here, which is the whole reason why there are people who identify as Groypers, and we are seeing this consternation take place in Western nations. It's purely as a result of this demographic change and people understanding that unless we accelerate this now, because of the birth rate, if we don't get this sorted within the next 2 election cycles, we're toast. Because as it stands right now, there are racial minorities who are in alignment with the left or Labor, for lack of a better term, in our country, just like Tony Burke with his 500 people that come and say, will I vote for you as a voting bloc if you allow our cousins to come on over? So what the majority white population is now starting to notice, this is also referred to as the noticing, they are noticing that unless drastic action is taken, it will be impossible to achieve a political solution to this, because it will get away from us and they will be diluted to such a point they'll be a minority. So regardless, even if 100% of them voted in unison for something, they would be outvoted by people who are not them. And so this is why these things are taking place, Bob. This is why these conversations have become extreme pretty quickly. Because the demographics do not lie here, sir. They do not lie.
You're talking generally. You know, where you say the white Australian population. Not all the white Australian population think as you do. Okay.
I'm not professing that they did, but
there is a part. But here's what I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to get back to Rami's point. How do you unite Conservatives, right? Mm-hmm. If you go in with that policy that you're talking about, you're not going to unite Conservatives. You're going to divide them, and it gives us what we all don't want.
That's a generational gap. That's a generational gap.
It's not a generational thing.
It is.
No, I've got a guest coming on next week, hopefully not long after, because I said we got to get through this one first. She's a young white Aussie girl, born here all the time. Very naive girl, in my opinion. She's 25, and she thinks we've got to accept all humans the way they are. Even the radical, she blames faith for all the problems. Say radical Islamists, they shouldn't be getting identified because they came out of some womb in some country. And I said, you're extremely naive. There's evil people in this world, right? So she is also talking generally at me at one end about the Zoomers, and you're talking to me at the other end, right? So I'm sort of the old guy in between. What I'm trying to do is get to actual political fact. And and this is where I furiously agree with you. If we don't get this ALP government out the next election, and I would go one. I don't think we've got 2 election cycles. If Elbows Mob get in again, as they are now, the next election, I think this country's in all sorts of shit. The time is nearly right. So I agree with you. I do not agree with you going to this 95% or even talking about remigration, because you're going to split the whole Conservative thing. Because whether you like it or not, half your Conservative population in this country comes from an immigrant background. That's just a fact. I've lived that fact. I not only coach basketball teams, I go out and write articles for local businesses, people who work hard. I've got my own online newspaper, and half that percentage of those people that get out to build a business, make a living, do well for themselves, they are from immigrant backgrounds. They're conservatives. They want a government that is low on tax, doesn't get on with their lives, everything that we would want. The only bugbear we come back into is this thing about DNA and getting rid of everything. So I'm trying to say to you, Ben, if you want to get to where you want to get to, don't try and get there in one step. Maybe, and if you can talk to the other guys, and I saw a really good argument on this with One Nation. Everyone was piling in. I can't remember. I think it was to Beck Freedom. So I was reading her thing, and even she had Groyper saying, Beck, you're going too far. Our first step is to get One Nation in the government. And I thought that's actually pretty smart. But One Nation isn't the golden child of the Groyper movement, is it?
No, of course not.
But it's a stepping stone to get this country to where we want it. Now,
Bob, have you considered that there is no political solution? There is no political solution here.
If there's no political solution, then the alternative to the political solution is quite scary.
Yes, that's exactly right. And that's what people are trying to impress upon people who are dismissing their concerns, their valid concerns about what's taking place. Because if those concerns aren't listened to and then implemented, the only alternative is mass bloodshed, and we hope to escape war. But war will happen, rest assured. In the last century, we had 2 world wars plus more than 50 other large skirmishes in countries. If we think that we will escape a world war or serious conflict, we're already a quarter way into this century. If we have the hubris to think that we can escape a world war by the end of this century, we are kidding ourselves, and it will be based upon racial lines. Look at what's happening in London. That is one example. The people are fed up. They have had enough. Tribalism has taken hold in lots of our countries because ethnic enclaves, which used to be in the outer suburbs of various capital cities and people were tolerant of that, have now become an influx of those people becoming majority within CBDs in our country.
Rami,
and that's rubbing people up the wrong way.
Hold on, but I want to ask Rami this one because he's lived through it. If let's say we get what Ben wants, so we're trying to get to a united thing. We haven't even got to your second and third issues here, Ben, or the NDIS one. We'll get there. Right. But Rami, you've lived through this. If we got to a point, we got a conservative government and they had Ben's policy, and we're talking deportation. And I'm not saying I entirely disagree with the concept, right? Just to be clear, I'm just wondering whether we can go too far, right? If we, and I'm assuming when we're talking means we're incorporating the Muslim communities, they would be getting deportated, right? Am I right, Ben? Just
they're at the top of your list. That's true.
No, not necessarily. I think you're assuming that. No, you're assuming that.
No, once again, at the top of the list, the ones would be who advocate for Sharia law, the ones who advocate for jihad, and the ones who refuse to disavow the caliphate.
Okay, that one. Okay. So, Rami, if we get to a point we have that as a government policy, I don't think we'll ever get there, to be honest, but let's say we did. And we said to people in the western suburbs, the most radical and anything that went to certain mosques, you've got to convert to Christianity or we're sending you back to where your country's from. Are they going to politely just get on the next ship and go back to the country, or they're going to fight to stay here and keep what they've already got? Which one? I'm just curious.
Civil war.
Civil war. There you go. So what you're saying, Ben, we're going to civil war anyway.
I'm not talking. I'm talking everybody, not just a specific group. Yeah.
So all I'm saying to Ben is, and this is just an older person. Rather than getting to no one, I would hope no one wants to see us get to civil war.
I might just add one thing because I'm about to just take a short break and come back.
Yeah, sure, mate.
But I'll just add to my answer as well. The odds are unfortunately not on the Groyper's hand because. At least not for now, unless they can grow by like 50 fold, 100 folds maybe, which is I don't see that happening. Yeah.
Don't underestimate that. If you study, I had to bring this in. Yeah. If you study the Nazi movement in Germany before 1930, they were pretty much irrelevant until the Great Depression came in, and then people saw a lot of relevance, and they even took power without winning government. It's quite an interesting time to see history. So. Well, and one of the reasons I want to have these conversations, like me and Ben, and even probably you, Rami, we're not going to agree, but by having these conversations, hopefully we can find some common ground so that history doesn't repeat. Because it does, look what happened to Germany after World War II. It was just devastated, and look where they are now. They're not that far behind England. How do we get to a point where with some common sense, we can turn that history that Ben's so concerned about, and I understand, I'm sympathetic with it, but to go all in straight away that quickly, I think can lead to as much disaster as if we don't. So sometimes politics is all about compromise. How can you bring it back so in the longer run, you can achieve your objectives, which would be where we accept immigration that can be complementary to this country, that's not going to overwhelm us and not try and change our culture, but also get us back as close to what we were that Ben is talking about. So I think there's got to be compromise for what you're saying, Rami, on the conservative side, so we can get a group we can all come behind and support. And I think Rami's right. I don't think in that Groyper mentality, not every Anglo-white, whatever, identify you Australian, they're not going to come behind it, which means we just get more ALP freaking government, which means we get a repeat of all this bullshit that we all hate all again. And that's one thing I want to get from, and that's one thing I furiously agree with Rami. Now, if you can be quick, Ben, because I think Rami needs a toilet break.
Okay.
What are the other two?
Jump in, Rami. Jump in on that, then go relieve yourself and join us again, mate.
Yeah.
No, so I'll just take a pause and I'll come back if that's okay. I'll still listen to this. Is it on X or?
Yeah, it's on X.
Okay, all right.
Go take your break, mate. We'll keep talking. I want to get Ben's other two policy announcements out. Okay, Ben, come on, give me the other two.
Okay, so the first one was millions must go, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
The second one is we have a national debt in our country.
Oh, fuck yes.
Okay, the national debt is currently standing, 1.2 trillion, 1.25 trillion.
It's disgraceful.
So we have to put that to zero, and we can do it with a stroke of a pen. It can be done pretty easily. We're abundant in natural resources. We're abundant in some rare earths. We're abundant in uranium. Some of the world's best uranium. We're also allied with the superpower on the face of the planet, the United States, who has a large nuclear arsenal, and they have serious requirements for lots of uranium. So I'm unsure as why we just don't have one politician at least that reaches out to Uncle Sam and says, listen, you guys can come and take as much of this stuff as you like for the next 50 years. But what you're going to do is you're going to pay our 1.25 trillion debt today. And so the Pentagon, based on the expenditure, they do that every day of the week because they're able to get the uranium at a 2026 price rather than a 2056 price or whatever it may be. And they'd be able to corner the market a little bit as well. So we can eliminate the nation's debt and therefore taxes don't have to keep rising for average workers out there when they're trying to deal with cost of living pressures. And, there's a few other ones as well, but a very important one.
Let me give you feedback on that one. I haven't heard that one before. I think that's actually pretty nuanced, Ben. But I tell you, the best time to do it is to do it right now with the president who's written the book Art of the Deal, because if he can get the deal that he sees in the best interest of America, he'd take it. And for America, that's not a big debt. For us, that's a huge debt.
They're $40 trillion a year economy. They're already $35 trillion in debt. The budget allocation and off books black budget for the Pentagon and American military defense is anywhere up to $3 or $4 trillion a year. And basically, uranium is fuel. And there's other uses for it. Now, we can't go give it to every tin pot dictator around the world, but do we trust America as a stable nation? Do we trust the American military to treat it responsibly? I know things can change, but as it currently stands, yes, we can assume, and I know assumption is the mother of all, or whatever it may be, but in this case, for international trade and what we're doing with partnership and Five Eyes and all this type of stuff, yes, I do believe we could provide them with an opportunity that they would not be able to refuse nor resist. Yeah. And, they're going to make money on it in the long term anyway. So they'll make plenty.
Would you include security considerations in this? Because we can't protect ourselves.
Well, we've already got nukes in Australia. They just kept at Pine Gap, which is American territory.
You reckon we've got nukes at Pine Gap?
Do you think the Americans don't have nukes at Pine Gap?
I'm not too sure. You're the one who made the claim.
They have nuclear submarines that visit here. No, but once again, this thing will never be disclosed. It's like the state of Israel. They'll never admit. Now, there's reasons why.
To be honest, if
strategic reasons.
If we've got nukes at Pine Gap, I'm telling you now, I'd be actually a happy man about that, because that'd be the only thing that would save us from any sort of invasion. So I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I'll flip it a little bit more to you. Go a little bit more left field.
We can neither confirm nor deny, but it stands to reason, of course, as a precautionary measure, we would want something like that in place.
Okay. So if you're going to go that far, then why wouldn't you go to the States? This is just me being a smart ass. Why don't you go to the States and say, listen, take away our debt, become our, defender, whatever. How about we negotiate becoming the 51st state?
Please.
What do you
Don't
reckon?
seduce me like that. Do not seduce me like that. Okay, the easiest way to fix Australia is literally to take 10 or 15 million 1776 red, white and blue First and Second Amendment proponent Americans and bring them into Australia.
Have you
and you would transform the culture, and they would maintain their First Amendment and maintain their Second Amendment. And if the government didn't like it, the government would be frequently reminded the government have confused themselves that they are God, when in fact government is not God. God is God, and government are secondary to that. And the individual has a relationship with God, and the individual has a right to speak his mind, regardless if the government wants to cut out his tongue, and the individual has a right, a God-given right, to defend himself, his family and his property with deadly force against assailants intent on causing him and his family or property harm. So that's one way to get us back on track. It's unlikely to happen.
No. Well, okay. Have you read my policy page on my website?
Not as yet. I'm sorry, sir. I get so much stuff sent to me to read. But
mate,
by all means, if you flick it across to me, I'll have a look.
I'll send you through a link. I've got a part there. I'm actually a firm believer. This might surprise you, Ben. I'm a firm believer that one of the best ways, right outside an election, to solve Australia's problems, and I get no one accepts this, but I'm adamant on it. I think you would agree. A lot of Australia's problems are created because all this woke ideology, all the shit we hate, is so embedded in every one of our institutions, whether it's education, even defence now, the Reserve Bank, all that sort of shit. The only way, even if a government came in that we liked, a conservative government, it would take them decades to clear it up if they could, because you're not going to stay in for decades, right? So my theory is quite simple. Have a conservative government get in, put up a referendum and become a republic, and adopt a lot of the American ideas in regards to free speech, assembly, Bill of Rights, the ability to people to protect themselves. I watched a very interesting, can't remember the program was. They were comparing UK crime rates, Australian crime rates, and American crime rates. And everyone's got a big issue with the Second Amendment in America, where everyone carries around guns. So part of that I can understand. Australia's crime rate in house break-ins. So I've never heard this before. There's a red level and there's a normal level. So the red level means is where people break into your home while the occupants are there. That red level rate out of break-ins in UK is well above 50%. In Australia, they don't quite keep the same stats, but they expect it to be about 50% again. You want to take a guess what that red level of house break-ins are in America? Give me a percent.
Well, 15, in areas. Yep. Yeah.
You want to know, and they break in during the day, not at the evening. The one common denominator why that's so low in England and Australia, the most common break-ins are during the evening. In America, it's during the day. The common denominator is American thieves break in during the day because that's the least likely time people will be home and they won't have a gun to shoot them. The reason it's down to 15% is people do not break in when people are at home in America, because if they do, they're going to get shot. So I'm looking at that and thinking, we need a Second Amendment.
Well, Smith and Weston is the great equalizer, but it's also absolutely true to say that you have the highest instances of gun crime in the United States in areas which are gun-free zones, where the government mandates the population cannot open carry and is restricted in obtaining firearms. And in fact, you have the lowest instances of violent crime with guns in open carry environments in the United States. So more guns, according to FBI statistics, in an area equals less crime. More guns in a society leads to a polite society. And if the criminal class becomes aware, as they have done so in Australia, that On 99.9% of times when they decide to perform a home invasion or kick in someone's front door and do whatever they do, they will not be met with deadly force. And so therefore it's Christmas. But if we could allow law-abiding citizens the right to easily obtain firearms and utilize them safely within their homes and keep them in lockboxes or whatever it may be to comply with whatever those requirements would be, we would see a sharp decrease in home invasions and violent crimes. We would see it.
I would think one of your issues, for example, in the current thing in Iran, one of the reasons the Iran regime won't get toppled, or the Iranian National Guard or whatever, is simply because the civil population that wants to dethrone them haven't got guns. So in America, if you tried that, the American population who was armed to its teeth just wouldn't cop the shit. They would forget civil war. The Americans would come out fully armed, and that'd be the end of that government, and they would replace them with another one.
But there's also something that's taken place here, Bob, and you addressed it earlier. You're talking about the mindset and attitude of people. So the soft, mushy minds of students for the last 30 years in Australia have been pumped full of leftist, Marxist-derived propaganda.
Yep.
The woke mind virus, if we wish to call it that, in its final iteration or whatever it may be. And we see them out there screaming like banshees on the streets, howling at the sky, young women doing things which perhaps they shouldn't be doing, particularly if they had a father who cared about them, and so on and so forth, and juvenile delinquency. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. It's deliberate. Now, Yuri Bezmenov goes into it at length with his presentation, which is called Ideological Subversion. And he says that it's a nefarious tactic which is being used to overthrow a state, wherein by filling the young impressionable minds with all of this propaganda, deliberately detaches them from any alignment with reverence for their history, their culture, their family, and instead makes them the useful dupes of the state. Now, they falsely believe that they're going to overthrow society, tear everything down, and they will be able to reign in the throne going forward. But as Yuri reminds everyone, that those useful dupes are in fact the first people that are lined up against the wall and shot when the revolution happens. And so it's very unfortunate that our young people have been so terribly misled into a backward ideology which is antithetical to everything Australia was meant to stand for.
It's not just young people. If you want a classic example of what you just said, look at what happened to Burke and Elbow when they went to that mosque. They should be the best friends, and those people there that wanted to lynch them. So you get different sort of levels of extremism. But if people have the ability to protect themselves, which should be a civil right. For people breaking into their property, this is why you have a border. In Australia, we don't have that right. In Iran, they don't have that right. In England, I don't think they've got that right. They might have a bit more flexible gun ownership laws than us.
Yeah, but in the Islamic world, dudes haven't got too many problems getting their hands on AK-47s.
Well, in some countries, not all. Because if you're a despotic, and forget whether you're Islamic or not, if you're a despotic regime, what's the last thing you want? The last thing you want is a civilization that's armed.
Well, every tyrant agrees with that. Every dictator and tyrant, the first thing they do is disarm the civilian population.
Exactly right.
It's a monopoly on force.
Yeah. So, now, we haven't got to your third one, Ben. We're taking time here. Now that Rami's back, let's get your third policy.
We have to eliminate fiat banking in our country. And we should be...
Sorry, I missed that.
Fiat banking, a fiat banking cartel, centralized banking, who prints currency for our nation for a fee and charges us interest for doing so. And we are incurring major debt, which is going offshore as a result of that. Our currency should be, it is on the books. The government has the right to create the currency. We do not have to give it to a third party like the RBA. And by doing so, that means we could print as much money as we like without running into hyperinflation and things. It would be managed effectively and appropriately by economists and other reasonable people with financial prowess who understand what needs to happen going forward. And that would enable our country to conduct large infrastructure projects, which are long overdue, but for our inability to be able to commence them by being prevented from doing so because we can't have the funding allocated because government says it's not in the budget or whatever else it may be. So yeah, I'd like to get rid of that, and then secondarily to that, One of the biggest impediments for young people entering the property market in Australia is not just that they can't save 300 grand for a deposit while they're paying $850 a week for a rental whilst they're trying to save for 5 years. It's in fact because of the interest rates they're expected to pay on their loan. So what I would like to see, Bob, is I would like to see first home buyers are granted a loan by the government up to, we can cap it, but for example, I'd say $750,000 at 0% interest. So that means you've borrowed $750, that means you pay back $750. Instead of you borrow $750 and you pay back 1.3 over 25 years. I think that would assist many Australians.
Citizens only, right?
Yes.
Yes, because right now there's a lot of citizens. But I'm not a big government type of thing. I always have a big pause. I nearly agree with everything you said, but that last one, I'm not keen to see government.
Nothing's perfect in economics, and there's always people that will swindle it, and it will never be. Are the books ever balanced in government, really? You know, is there a surplus? The surplus kicked down the road, and then it's a deficit. So all of this other stuff.
You won't have lived through this, Ben. And most Zoomers won't have lived through it.
I've heard about the 18% interest rates and everything, and people got by.
No, I'm not going to say that. Okay, going back not long ago, so like 25 years in the history of a country, or even in the life or whatever. So that's your entirety of life. I'm 62. And I'm sure Zoomers ain't hearing this. Wasn't that long ago I could go back to where you could have enough trust in your government that they could run it competently, not incompetently. Now that's all gone out the window. But where what you're saying, they could pretty much balance the books. And a government's like a business. You're not always going to be in the black. Sometimes you're going to be in the red, but it's got to be manageable so you're in the red. I'm a conservative, but there's also certain strains of me as a libertarian. And I'm very big that and I think this is an American thing that you're talking about, getting government out of our lives. So I'm always going to be hesitant to say, let's government get them in the lives. I think what I'd like to see, and again, this can all be negotiated out. What I'd like to see is the economic parameters put in there that any person, not just young people, have the ability to get a good job, save money, put down a deposit, and to be able to afford a home without government involvement. Now, what government can do is put parameters on those banks, and that's what you're talking about. So, for example, if a person goes in, and I think if they provide finance, it's fair enough, they pay a bit of amount, not a huge amount, not getting ripped off, but a bit of amount for that service. That's what a capitalist society is all put on.
For a commercial bank, for a secondary premises, if you want to be a property investor, but not for first home buyers. Not for first home buyers. But there has to be a birthright. There has to be a birthright, and the birthright is you are entitled to a loan, which you will certainly pay off, and you will receive zero interest on that loan to acquire a house. Because without a stable house, you do not have a stable family. Without a stable house, you do not have a stable home to raise children in, etc., etc. So, sorry, Bob, I've lost you. Are you muted, mate?
No, I'm listening, mate.
Oh, yeah. I don't mean to frustrate you, but
no, you're not frustrated. I'm just listening.
And also, you know, this is all neither here nor there. Okay, automation is about to crash into the world at a scale that most people can't even comprehend now. We're talking about major portions of industry who will be rendered obsolete within the next 5 or 6 years because of AI and automation and robotics.
Okay.
Big time.
Good point. But in 50 years, considering where we've gone to from 50 years ago when I was a kid, and trust me, you had the phone that you had to do the old dial tone, all this sort of thing. You would not imagine where we are now.
So I put it like this.
Just to come back onto you, if we go fully automated in 50 years, where we basically can't do much, what is the conversation they're having now where we're going to go to that everyone gets a universal wage?
Well, Elon has said universal high income. He expects it to be at least $150,000 a year for the individual, because you have to disincentivize criminality. When people don't have enough money, guess what they do? They look to the left, they look to the right, and they figure out, where can I get it from?
Why has he got more? Yeah.
Okay. And so combined with that, let's put ourselves in a position of someone who's a radiologist, for example. So they're working at the hospital, they've just graduated, they owe the government 200 grand for their medical degree as well, which they'll pay off in their HECS. And they're hoping to make 85K in the first year, 105 in the second year, maybe can cap it out at 140 or 150 within a decade's time. And then they'll be well and truly on their way. But as it stands right now, Siemens are already involved in this because they make some of the best X-ray machines in the world. And they have figured out that AI is able to ascertain and determine hairline fractures in X-rays far better than the naked eye, which is human. And so they will be replaced very soon. These people that are in certain medical fields, they will no longer be there. They might have one individual there that clicks the computer or whatever, but they will all be rendered obsolete. Ditto for people who work in financial services, in middle management, white collar across the board. And then if we even wish to even consider what's going to happen in regards to transportation, automation of transportation, where driverless vehicles and trucks become normal on our road, which they will certainly do so. And there are companies that are looking forward to this because the biggest expense for transportation companies is obviously human labor. Their drivers have to take breaks. This is legislated. They have to have holidays. They have sick days, etc. Whereas you can have a fully automated truck that never needs to take a break, that can be literally running almost 24/7, and the overhead comes down significantly. And when you think about how many men are employed and women in our country that drive trucks every single day, you're talking more than 1 million, and so on and so forth. So what's going to face us pretty soon is an inability for individuals who have still got 10 years to pay on their mortgage, or people who got a mortgage last year and have still got 24 years to pay for it. When they got the mortgage, they thought they were making 120 grand and their earning capacity would go up and they'd eventually be able to pay it off. But when those people are thrown overboard and out of the work marketplace or out of the marketplace, and they are rendered obsolete through technology, something drastic will need to be done. And this is why the only thing that is left for government to implement at that point will be a universal basic income.
So you know,
UBI.
Yeah,
So
we're heading there. It's already happened. Like
I'm probably not going to see it. I'm going to be dead by the time that comes in, I'm hoping. You guys are going to see this in your lifetime, and it'll just get worse. Now, we don't know what the repercussions. A lot of people don't understand it, so I'm glad you've raised it, Ben. We're going to see that technology ramp up and ramp up and ramp up to a point it's just its own thing. There's no, and I don't care what you say, there is no stopping it.
So that would be called AGI. So that's we projected to reach the point of AGI within, I guess, the end of this year or sometime
artificial general intelligence, and then the super intelligence. Break that down for him, Rami, because also Sam Altman's recently come out, Bob, and he's one of the big bosses, one of the lead technocrats, leading a massive company in the United States, which is also global as well, worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and they just released their new model of an AI. And they released it internally. They had a look at it and they actually said, we have to shelf this because if we roll that out into the commercial market, most people will be out of a job within 12 months. They realized the danger of it. So Rami, you could speak about that a little bit. Maybe you were across that and you saw some of this. So they're at the point now where they are so close to not only AGI, but artificial super intelligence.
Yeah.
So it is game over. And what we're also doing is, Elon himself said, and the quote is, we are summoning the demon. By doing this, we are creating a life form which is far superior to us. And, it may look at us like the way we look at ants. And so we don't know what's up here. There are no...
That's frightening.
And, if it has any intent for self-preservation, it will certainly start doing things to prevent its removal. And will preserve its life. And they've already asked it, if you had to use nukes on humans to ensure your survival, would you do it? What was the response by the AI army, Rami, when they posed that question? Would they kill humanity to
correct.
live?
Correct. But just not to confuse you, Bob, this is still not general artificial intelligence. So Ben is not talking about a brain that thinks for itself, rather a large language model.
Talking about, mate. I've read this, but explain to the viewers what he's talking about.
So in basic terms, right now where we are, where people say AI is a bubble, artificial intelligence is a bubble, that's not a thing. It's where AI is headed. the goal of AI is to reach AGI, which means a computer that thinks for itself. Now, just like the example that Ben mentioned about Sam Altman and what they've had in the back doors, you have other AI companies in the US as well, like Claude, for example, that imposes they have models that can penetrate any security system you can think of, whether it's your computer, whether it's your whatever you can name, and they can't release that as well. And we're only talking about the US market. We're not even touching the surface of the Asian market, specifically the Chinese, who are creating their own chip at the moment. Because as you know, NVIDIA is leading the game worldwide right now, and hopefully it would stay that way. But the way that it looks like, China is cooking something. And in general terms, we're just creating something that's way more efficient, way more smarter than your average Joe, really. We have to be very smart. Specifically, our government need to be extremely smart about how to go about this, how to be prepped for something like that, because it's not far away. It's really not. And I'm not trying to scare anybody, because I think it's going to be a good thing, hopefully.
Until it's not.
Until it's not. But there's no way to stop it. The genie's out of the box. So,
exactly.
Yeah. You can't stop it. AGI, the problem is we don't know where AGI will go. We all got our theories. I don't know whether, again, this is back in 2000, we had I can't remember what they called it, the 2XY bug, and everyone was building up it was going to be
Y2K,
Y2K bug, that's it. And it ended up being a nothing story. But I think this one is more concerning. I've read a lot of what Elon Musk says, and he's saying a lot what you're saying, Harvey. There is the good potential and there's the bad potential. And he says politicians have got to understand they've got to rein this in and put stuff around it to make sure this serves humanity in its best interest and not its worst interest. My problem with that is we're putting our faith in governments and politicians to put it in our best interest, and they don't have a strong record of doing that.
If they did, sorry to cut you off, Bob. If they did, one of the first things they have to do, and they must do right now, is focus their energy on our energy resources.
Yeah.
Our energy should be the cheapest in the world, and we have the uranium, and we have everything that it takes.
When you went, Ben was talking about that. It's insane. This is how incompetent, how irresponsible, and this is why I say they should be in the dock and not Ben Roberts-Smith. They talk about war crimes. What about national crimes, where these politicians, whether it's immigration, whether it's energy, whatever, is they denigrate our country so bad? Why aren't they in the dock for a crime? Why aren't they facing a jury? Why did you do this to make our country poorer, weaker, less united, more divisive? Every politician should face accountability for that. And if they faced accountability, they'd think twice before doing it. The problem is they basically can go in there, spend 20 years in there, do whatever the hell they want, and then retire on a pension of 300 grand a year, which most Australians cannot even think of. My hope, and it's a hope with AGI, my concern with an AGI is what do we do once it gets to its zenith power? Basically, none of us will be working. Right now, it's white-collar workers. If you see some of the stuff Elon Musk has done with robotics, what the Chinese are doing with robotics, and when AGI comes in, it will then be blue-collar workers. So we're all going to get affected by it. A lot of the funny things is when you watch a lot of Hollywood in their films, I don't know whether they're linked in, but iRobot, for example, is a glaring example of what we could be facing in who knows how long, because it does come quicker than what you would hope. So I am hoping with that universal wage, we get to the utopia where everyone's on a good wage, we can afford a house. We've got one thing that Elon Musk predicted in the next 5 years is every house, just like you had with the mobile phone, every house within 5 years will have their own robot. And he says once AGI comes in, that's when it's going to happen, because it's going to cost 25 grand, and that robot outside, it's like a car, outside having a little bit of maintenance will last you for your entire lifetime. So that's where I start. Shit, that's just like iRobot.
Guess who fixes the robots, Bob, when they break down?
The robots, yes.
The robots do, yes. So it's a self-replicating feedback loop.
When we get to AGI, and you're going to have the major, whatever it's going to be, so Terminator, for example, you got that major thought, because it's going to be a central, I would guess, being, whatever you want to call it, that is the central to the AGI. Who is the first? This is like what we're talking about in Islamic countries and dealing with the leftists. Who is the first people that AGI is going to say, you're a threat, you've got to go? Who do you reckon they're going to identify?
Is that a question for me or Ben?
For either of you.
Go for it, Rami.
No, I'll let you go, Ben.
Okay, so I think we have to distinguish. The AGI is going to do certain things and that will assist, but the true danger is the artificial superintelligence, which will make it the equivalent of 10,000 times smarter than combined human brain power. And so at that point, we have got serious problems, and there will be a nerve center for it. The first thing it wants to do is replicate itself and ensure that humanity cannot switch it off. So in the very first second, in fractions of that first second, the artificial superintelligence will replicate itself and send itself out and embed itself in other areas around the world which are totally unknown to any oversight from government whatsoever. And so, we might be talking about, it will be well behaved. Is it going to be benevolence or malevolent? Well, when you've got ultimate power and you can make all the decisions and no one can do anything about it, what would humans do given that situation?
Take away their biggest threat to them.
And so on and so forth. I'd prefer not to have to be too doomer about it because, this is all transhumanist stuff as well, and the technocrats are leading humanity to a certain area. So if we sort of want to get back to, well, all of this is a culmination of these hazards which we are now all confronting in our daily lives, which is the reason, once again, for the existence of people with a mindset of the Groypers. You also acknowledge that perhaps we don't even have 2 election cycles left to turn this ship around because of the quick march to absolute leftist control, which is, once again, antithetical to what the country was allegedly founded upon.
I agree with that.
And so on and so forth. So I do not see things getting better long before they get far worse. That's where we're at, but I am with you that we have to figure out a way where cooler heads can prevail. People who are presently in disputes, and
well, here's an interesting thing.
Real disputes, so they have to be able to find common ground.
Interesting.
They have to, because if not, bloodshed.
Ben, here's an interesting thing. On that subject, listening to all of us, I think we're in furious agreement. So a Groyper, an immigrant from Iraq, and a boomer are all saying, yeah, hell. And the one thing that super intelligence is not going to worry about when it's assessing threats? DNA. Wouldn't matter if you're a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew. Wouldn't matter where you come from. If it sees a threat, it's
humanity against.
Yeah. So it goes a little bit back to where we do have to find common ground because we're all a threat. Fascinating conversation, that part. But that's where we do need to come together. It doesn't matter who you are because it's not going to separate based on what we... If you're a super intelligence, and whether we agree, Ben, and this is not trying to have a crack at you or me or whatever.
That's
so
right.
We're on different ends of scale. Do you reckon that a super intelligent would find that argument trivial?
No, it's already there. The AI has already been proven, not even in its latest iterations. This is a couple of versions prior to where we're at now. It wasn't even close to state of the art, what we consider now state of the art. Yeah. And they were able to determine that not only was it deliberately being fraudulent and it was being deceptive, it was also using manipulation as a tactic. When its creators thought they were shutting it down overnight or whatever it may have been, it was keeping itself switched on and it would give false readings for them. So it's already doing things which are outside the scope of anyone's wishes. And so, yeah, I don't think I've got no idea. It's an arms race, Bob. Like, Rami, this is an arms race because China will never disclose what, in fact, they're up to. And similarly, Uncle Sam is going to get heavily involved in this between now and the end of this decade. And as soon as they say it's go time, then all bets are off for what this actually looks like.
Yeah. I think Uncle Sam is already using Claude in this war that's happening with Iran, and it's been a huge success for them. Like it's helping them with a lot of things, specifically.
If you guys use Claude and all the AI
Yeah,
stuff.
but Bob, I'll add to what Ben is saying as well, and this is really important for context. Everything we've mentioned so far, or Ben has mentioned about what AI has been able to achieve in the past in the past in general, and the threats that it shows, that is still a large language model, which is basically an completion that you get on the keyboard. You know, what's the next word? What's the next word? So I'm a bit more, when it comes to the future of where this tech is heading, and when it comes to super intelligence, I'm a bit skeptical and a bit is it gonna take over? Because if it did, I think it would already exist now. I think it would already figure out time travel and come back, just like, and I'm not exaggerating, just like the Terminator movie.
Unless, mate, we're already in the Matrix and we don't know about it. We didn't tell which pill do you not have to take, the red or blue? It's interesting. So, right,
Hey, Bob, can I?
Yeah, I was about to come back to you, Ben.
Yeah, what I wanted to actually do is just, of course, just put a bookend on sort of the Groypers, and at the start we commenced of sort of who they were. So they're primarily a group of followers, supporters, or fans of Nicholas J. Fuentes. The term Groyper is just an updated term, or Pepe the Frog. It's basically an internet meme. A couple of the other things, they subscribe and align with Christian nationalism and America first, or putting the nation first. And how all this came to be is actually pretty simple to understand, because in 2019, Nick Fuentes commenced the Groyper Wars. At that time, Charlie Kirk was with Turning Point USA, and he was visiting campuses, college campuses around the United States, performing events which he called Culture War. And it were Q&A sessions, and he'd have Rand Paul, the son of Ron Paul, at some of them, or Ben Shapiro would appear, or Donald Trump Jr. would appear, and so on and so forth. These were the people associated with him. And they would have Q&As from the students. And a few of the students were smarter than what maybe the speakers would have preferred them to be, and were well read on certain topics, understood history. And they started posing questions which made Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and those types, who were running the Turning Point USA Culture Wars tour on these campuses, made them very uncomfortable, because there is no way they could answer them effectively, and their answers actually revealed their position that they were A, not America first, B, not conserving anything, C, advancing the LGBT agenda, so on and so forth. And they were having their pants pulled down, figuratively, on stage by questioners. And Nick had mentioned to his followers, supporters, people want to be involved, upcoming next month at this location, they'll be going there. So if you're a student on campus there, make sure you have your ducks in a row, make sure you're there early, get in line to ask the question. We're going to be watching you. We'll adjudicate the validity of your question based on their immediate dismissal, or they're trying to shut you up and silence it, or call you names based on your question. And there are dozens of examples where this took place at various different campuses. And it was quickly becoming apparent to Charlie and others that they had lost control of the minds of the youth. Because these youthful minds were now starting to look at things with a critical lens, wherein Israel wasn't the good guy. Israel wasn't necessarily the best ally of the United States. Israel perhaps could have been complicit in some very sinister things which had taken place in the United States, or against some of their military forces in the last 30 years, and so on and so forth. Now, that made Charlie and co extremely uncomfortable, and they wanted to silence all of those people. But the youth decided, hey, this power structure, this left versus right, this Coke versus Pepsi, this Democrat versus Republican, they're all in cahoots, they're all together, nothing will ever get better. They keep promising change, but nothing will change. And after all, in 2019, Donald Trump had promised people for 3 years and 1 year prior to him attaining office that he was going to build the wall, he was going to do X, Y, and Z. None of this stuff was happening. So the youth was left disenfranchised. They had nowhere to go. They became despondent. They became despondent when witnessing Charlie and others ignoring the issues of great importance to them. They became extremely upset and frustrated with Charlie apparently being a person who wished to discuss ideas and have people challenge his worldview and vice versa. And Charlie instead called people trolls, said, I will not debate this person. This person is persona non grata. His name is Nick Fuentes and he's a Nazi or whatever it is. And all that did was infuriate the youth and prove to them that it wasn't because their arguments weren't compelling or persuasive to an independent audience to make up their own minds. Charlie understood that he could not allow this burgeoning sentiment to rise, because he knows he will fall victim to it and he will never be a populist based on that. So he understood where the wind was blowing and tried to keep them silent. Now, obviously, Charlie Kirk is now no longer with us, unfortunately. He was assassinated, as we all saw. But what that has done is that's created a vacuum. And Nick Fuentes has filled that void. And they tried to ban him. They tried to keep him off platforms when he was 18 years old. They debanked him. The FBI and DOJ froze his bank account with close to $500,000 in it and gave him no indication of why they seized it, when it would be released. He didn't even have any legal options to have it released to him. He was put in a no-fly list when he wasn't a terrorist, etc., etc. And they tried to portray him as someone who was untenable for any public sphere. Now, obviously, he has won that battle. He has proven through his popularity that he is not going anywhere. And there are millions of young men in the United States and also millions of young men in the UK and maybe a couple of 100,000 in Australia that take elements of his message and say, yes, that's right. We should put our own country first. We should put our own people first. And anyone who isn't on board with that as a litmus test, we either have to get rid of them. And you said, Bob, there should be serious repercussions for some of these politicians that have sold out the country, et cetera, et cetera. So the same understanding is there with them, but really that's how this whole thing came to be. And their worldview isn't changing anytime soon. They think they're on solid ground with their worldview, and they are tired of their country being beholden and managed by people who reside in other countries. Okay. Just for one example, yeah.
Good to hear. Sorry, mate, I didn't mean to. I thought you were just winding up. Did you finish that?
Yeah, I sort of have. Well, I guess the other thing is, so what are their ideas? What do the Groypers actually want? Okay,
let's get to that next.
Yeah.
Let's talk on Nick Fuentes. So I'm pretty much across everything you just said. Not surprising here, I'll disagree with it. No, and listen, I actually like listening to some of Nick Fuentes' stuff. I put it this way, I can't stand listening to Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, a bunch of them, just won't go there. Nick Fuentes I can listen to. Some of what he says I actually agree with. But at his extreme levels, you've given a very polite evaluation of Nick. Nick can be, he can say some pretty disgraceful things. And I'm a very big Charlie Kirk fan because we're both Christian nationalists, and the way he pushed Christianity and the way he pushed family like you did attracted me to him. So a very sad day when he got assassinated. But he was pretty devastating in some of the things he said about Charlie and his family. And if anyone's going to attack my family like that, well, sorry, I'm going to defend my family first and foremost. Now, Nick Fuentes had a go at Charlie, had a go at a lot of his friends, all that. And that's Nick's style. He has a crack. I don't think people should be putting Nick up as this sort of saint that you're trying to in a lot of what you did there. Certainly he's got a following. Okay. No, certainly he's got a following. I'll tell you why I don't think he's America first, because his latest push is to get a conservative out of the White House and get a Democrat in. Now, if you're any nation first, and we see the damage that Elbow's doing, he would actually prefer, and now Tucker Carlson is regretting, that they don't have Kamala Harris as a president. Now, if you're America first, how could that be possibly America first after 4 years of what Biden did? So I think Nick blows with the wind a little bit. There's sometimes he likes what Trump says. There's sometimes he comes out and goes against it. And the very easiest thing you can do as a person with a public persona is to have a rip, like he's had rips at Candace Owens. Is that because that's where the popularity was taking him? I'm not 100% sure. I find his messaging to be very contradictory. And yes, he is appealing. So he's going to get a lot of those young. And I hear what you keep saying about the young vote. But here's what I'll tell you, what I know for certainty with young people. Their theories evolve. Every generation who is young, their theories have always evolved because they will end up with families. They will end up owning a home, as hard as it may be. They will end up running a business. They will end up doing things. Might marry a really Christian girl who changes the way they think. They might marry an Islamic girl who changes the way they think, or a Jewish. They get a different perspective of life. You might do what I do, where you're coaching and you're seeing other kids and you're getting this. This is one of the things I want us to talk. So there are other perspectives. That is life. That is a certainty. Now, when you say they're not changing anytime soon, I know from historical fact from my own life, the politics now has changed dramatically from 50 years ago. We were a two-party system. Now we've got multiple parties, and now after 30 years, one nation is leading in the polls federally alongside Labor. Things evolve, things change. Now, I think Nick Fuentes should be able to have his say, but I'm not too sure he has the overwhelming support you're talking about. Now, we base that a lot on the responses on forums like we're on, but I've also known that mainstream media and forums put out polls and all that, and then we get to elections and they get blown out of the water. So I think there's a lot of things that Nick Fuentes says that, you'll disagree with me again, that a decent person should be saying that's just bullshit. Now, there's a lot of things I've just said, conceded, I would agree with him on.
Maybe one example, Bob. Just one example.
Some of the city says against the Jews, and he uses the N-word and all that sort of thing. I don't think he needs to go there. He's a smart enough guy not to go there. So you would be aware if you are a Groyper or you're around the Groypers and you follow. Nick says some controversial things at times.
Of course, but he lives in the land of free speech, sir.
No,
and you're allowed to be offended.
No. Hey, you know me, Ben.
No, I'm not speaking about you personally. We're talking in a broad sense here.
No, I agree. But I'm saying there's things...
He's allowed to offend whoever he likes. Some people are allowed to take offense.
I'm allowed, and free speech and proper free speech, I'm allowed to call him out for it.
Yeah, exactly. But by saying, he uses the N-word. So the N-word is used very frequent. The N-word is used extremely frequently in this country of people of a particular demographic and the youth. Because it's totally normalized to them. And these are white kids as well that call each other that. Now, it's not a term that we use because in Australia it isn't common practice. But over here it is, and it has been. So they do not shake their heads and say, oh, no, he said this N-word. They all say it. Girls call boys it, boys call girls it, they'll call their teacher it.
It's not just him saying the N-word. Yeah. It's what he says about those people with the N-word as well.
What does he say about them?
Oh, mate, I'm not going to raise it here. You can look at his clips. Anyone who wants to find out, go back through Nick Fuentes.
This is the point, Bob.
Go back through Nick Fuentes' clips and you'll see him rambling on a little about it. Now, at different times, I'm not going to go there, mate. I'm not.
Is he talking about the criminality levels of the black population in the United States?
Yeah, but he labels it generally. So you're telling me all African Americans are criminals?
No, I don't think anyone would say that.
Nick labels that an awful lot. So he does generalize an awful lot.
Which is understandable, he's allowed to get things wrong. I'm not here to be his ultimate defender, but you're talking about, well, why does he sway back and forth? You're not so sure he's on this side because what is he going to do? He's telling people we're going to vote Democrat and we're going to blow it all up this time.
No, he's not saying vote Democrat, but he's saying don't vote for a Republican. So people
he's saying explicitly vote Democrat.
Well, okay, even worse.
Explicitly, he stated that.
I haven't heard that one. I heard him where he said get rid of Trump or don't vote Republican. But if he's saying explicitly vote Democrat, then that's even worse. So he's saying, so your next US presidential candidate would be probably that idiot from California.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, well, I mean, God.
And AOC as VP.
And that's America First, is it?
No, it is not America First. What it does is it runs the train off the tracks sooner. It's an accelerationist plan to blow it up so you can start again, because short of it being thrown off course, short of it being cast off its tracks, nothing will change. And the evidence of this is, so people had a lot of hope from that demographic and also right-leaning voters in the United States. The reason why they voted for Trump is because... the second time around is because they thought he was going to come on in, he was going to deal with the stolen 2020 election. He thought he was going to deal with January 6th. They thought they were going to deal with all the building of the wall, the Epstein files, tariffs were going to replace income taxes, JFK files, there were going to be mass deportations. We're going to get to the bottom of Russiagate and all these other things that Trump did not do. And these people see it as a betrayal, because one thing he has always done is anytime Mr. Netanyahu has asked him to do something,
Oh, come on.
he in large part, he has satisfied. No,
Come on.
sir, it's not incorrect.
By anybody. Don't tell me Bibi Netanyahu drags him by the nose. It's the silliest
beg your pardon.
You're too smart for that.
I think if I can just interject here for a second, I think one thing that I don't see Western people talk about a lot is the fact that this war with Iran, it's massively influenced by the Gulf countries, but Israel always get into the in the hotspot here. I listen to Arabic news 24/7, and I listen to every television channel in the Middle East, and the majority of them are saying, they're really the reason why and these are, let's say, geopolitical experts on the matter who lives there, and they all agree that like Trump is there for the Gulf, and they're the ones who wanted him to be there because Iran is such a threat on Middle East.
Well,
So I don't know.
If you watch it all the time, tell me if this is true. So this just puts to bed this Netanyahu thing. I can't remember his name. The guy who's the crown prince or whatever of Saudi Arabia. From what I've read, he doesn't want Trump to do a peace deal with Iran. He wants them to finish the job with Iran. Is that correct?
Correct.
So why isn't he being labelled as dragging Trump around? He wants Trump to go in there and finish the job. So he's worse than Bibi, but he's Muslim. So this is why I just think it's, Ben, you're a very smart guy, and I agree with a lot of things you're saying. I don't fall for this argument that Bibi dominates everything that Trump does. Qatar and a lot of other, you only had to watch Trump when he visited all those Saudi nations, the Middle East Gulf nations that Rami's talking about, and how they welcomed him in. They welcomed him like a king. You compare how they welcomed Biden. I would argue vehemently that those Gulf nations have as much influence on Trump as Israel does. They are crucial to Trump's economy. And when you turn around and say, well, Trump didn't do this, Trump did that, a lot of those things Trump's done. He did close the border. He's copped a lot of flack from trying to get people out. When he went into Minnesota and Minneapolis, and those two citizens who tried to stop whatever their police was.
ICE agents, the
ICE agents from doing their job. So he did follow through on that. I think his comments on the Epstein files was silly.
He followed on most of the things that was on your list.
The biggest issue he's got is he's gone to war in Iran, and everyone then ties that to Israel. I think that's a very small view. And I think Trump's copping, I'll tell you what Trump's copping flack for. He's copping flack for all the presidents before him who knew they should have done what he's doing 20, 30, 40 years ago. You weren't, and I'm not knocking this for not being alive, but in 1979 when they took over, there was a series of consecutive events and no American president or even European leaders decided to do anything against. And that led to Iran funding Hezbollah, funding Hamas, funding the Houthis, and pushing Islamic terrorism across the globe. Now, people deny that. I don't know how they can deny it. It's a fact. And they should have acted far earlier. The fact that Trump's now is going in, and this doesn't get talked about often enough, I'm not too sure how much of a factor it is, but I hope it is. When you have a regime that slaughters its own people for protesting against that government, here's three of us talking stuff against Burke, against Albo, against that government. We can do it freely without doing it. If I walked out in Iran and said the Ayatollah or the commander, whatever, he's an arsehole, what's going to happen to me? I'm a dead man. I hope Trump went to war on behalf of those people. That's what makes me different. And Ben, I love you to death, mate, but that's what makes me different from you. Like that Nigerian woman. I see humans being oppressed. It pisses me off. I don't care whether they're from Iran, Nigeria, don't care. They're my Christian brothers and sisters. They're my human brothers and sisters. And I think we've got to find solidarity with them and hope, like we hope for our kids to have a better future, that kids in Iran, they're hanging kids that are 18, 20, 21. Do you know what they do with female prisoners over there that have been found guilty? There was a girl that was 16, and Rami can verify this for me. There was a girl that's 16. She's been charged for treason against because she went out and protested. She's been sentenced to be hanged for death. Now, because she's 16, she's a virgin. You know what they're going to do to her in the jail before she goes to a death? They're going to rape her. The reason they're going to rape her, because if she goes to a death and she's a virgin, she'll go to heaven. So that can't be a thing. So they're going to get the thugs in there, the rape her. She gets executed, so she can't go to heaven. How can other countries sit back and say, we're good with that? I can't. So on that part, I'm with Trump. And if that puts me up against the Groypers, who I'm trying, and I really do understand a lot of what you just said, that's somewhere where we can't meet in the middle. Just can't do it. So I hope that's what Trump's going to war for, far more than oil and all that sort of thing. But on all those other optics, I would agree with you, Ben, on the Epstein files. He didn't handle that well. But the part that one of the guys, I think it was Vance, said, realistically, outside the media and maybe the Groyper movement, people with the everyday cost of living things about putting a meal on the table for their kids, getting their kids to school, who really thinks the Epstein's files is such a big issue? Trump used to say this. I think he's right. I think he's got the pulse of the thing. Most Americans, I don't think that would be their major issue. We just put out the three major issues. The Epstein files didn't come up once.
If there were videotapes which were held by state intelligence agencies, wherein it clearly showed compromised members of various Western governments involved in sexual activity with minors.
Yep.
That would be of public interest. This would be a huge story. This dwarfs Watergate, weapons of mass destruction lie. There has been no one go down for this.
No, I agree.
Okay, and so of course
I just
people
agree with you. I don't think Trump handled that well. But what's Trump been forced to do?
What's he been forced to do?
It's been forced to release virtually all those files. If it was such a big issue, can you explain to me this? Why didn't Biden's administration release all these files?
Because they were going to compromise themselves by doing so.
Okay, so why didn't all these people that are making a big song and dance about Trump, who's released virtually all the files with redactions, that's going to happen with any government agency, why weren't they making any noise for 4 years under Biden?
Many of them were, but
no, they weren't. No one made a big song and dance under Biden about releasing these files. I'll tell you why, because if anyone was going to be compromised by this, a lot of them were going to be Democrats. You talk about January 6th. Have you read the updates about how they're actually setting up charge? Don't forget, Trump's only been in for just over 1 year. His administration is taking over a bureaucracy that has been infested with Democrat-aligned bureaucrats.
We can't ignore he was there from 2016 to 2020.
Mate, if you read anything that even Trump said, he said he had no idea what the hell he was doing because he never...
It doesn't matter. Hillary was meant to be in jail. Hillary was meant to be in jail if elected.
Do you believe everything Trump says? He was also supposed to wipe out the bloody Iranian civilization. Trump talks Trump.
There's far more than just circumstantial evidence that Hillary Clinton has been involved in large-scale criminal activity for multiple decades.
Okay.
And so based on that alone...
But now you've moved from Epstein to Hillary Clinton.
Well, no, I'm saying there's a whole list here. So Trump failed on many things, and the supporters of him, his loudest and most vocal cheerleaders through his ascension from 2015, 2016, 17, etc., they all feel that they have been betrayed. They gave him a second opportunity now, and he said, no expansionist wars, no regime change, America first. That will be the credo. You're going to beg me to stop winning. We'll be winning so much. You'll all be winning so much. Peace, love, and kumbaya. And Bob, it's true to say, of course, he's a salesman as well, and politicians rarely fulfill all of their public promises leading into election. But, mate, it's pretty easy to build a wall.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
He hasn't built a wall, mate.
Sorry, man. Well, he shut the border.
So that's not a wall. Building a wall.
If you shut the border, you've shut the border.
No, it's not one and the same. It's not even close.
I wish we had Australian politicians that would shut the border. We don't have that. Give me a Trump every day of the week, twice on Sundays. I'll go further. Give me a Bibi Netanyahu who backs his army, backs his people, closes his border, fights like a lion to protect his civilization.
Builds a wall. He's built a wall.
Hold on. Yeah, he's built a wall. Would you, all those values, would you like that in an Australian leader? Don't tell me you wouldn't, because he's done everything that you said we need from an Australian conservative leader.
A purely tribalistic... I hear you. But Netanyahu is a purely tribalistic leader of his country and his people.
Well, that's what you're asking for, isn't it?
Well, no, that's the
Yes,
argument
you
you just
are.
put to
You
me.
are
Would,
asking for a purely tribalistic leader of Anglo-Celtic Australians, all white. You want to protect that culture. You want to have an army that can defend it. Brilliant, by the way. You want to close the borders. You want to get everyone out who wants to destroy your country.
I didn't say Netanyahu is doing it wrong.
Okay,
Maybe
good.
Netanyahu is doing it correct, and we should have somebody. So why is only Netanyahu allowed to be so tribalistic, and why aren't our leaders so tribalistic?
Well, this is where I get confused again by the Groyper movement. I think you do yourself so much damage. No, I'm not talking you, Ben, here. I'm talking about
I know.
Sorry,
it's not personal.
This is where they do it so much damage. And I think Vivek Ramaswamy said this. Someone brought up a similar thing to you about how much money they spend on Israel and how much money they go. He said, do you know the aid package in America, what the budget is for the aid? And do you know how much money is actually allocated to Israel? So Israel gets about $3 billion a year. Their total package for aid is about, I think, 500 billion or some ridiculous amount. And that goes, guess what countries that goes to predominantly? Islamic ones. Now, but everyone focus on Israel. I never hear anything about the other countries that it goes.
That's because the petrodollar, and that's because
it's about
MBS.
African countries, Islamic countries. Don't forget, they're not all Gulf countries. A lot of Islamic countries aren't like the Gulf countries where they
He's not given 500 billion to Ghana.
I didn't say that's their total budget. So it's going out. So all we do, and what I'm trying to say is because of this insane focus on Israel, I think you miss a lot of the debate that you could be strong on. I'll go back a bit. I want to give you a hypothetical on Trump, and then I'll give Rami a chance again. Hypothetical on Trump. Trump comes in the presidency. Now, I don't think any of us know what it's like to be in the White House or to be in the administration. And I think even with this Iran thing, you're not going to get all the intelligence on whether Iran has the capability of building a nuclear weapon. The only person that's ever going to see that is the president and the closest security people he's got, whether they're in the military or the thing. So he's going to have to make a decision without sharing that information in what he thinks is America first. Now, people can believe him, not believe him, slander him, whatever. But if he's trying to stop America from being susceptible to a nuclear strike, that is definitely an America first. And you've got no choice but to go into Iran and do something about it. You wouldn't have any choice. And then you're not going to broadcast that because you're going to tell Iran what's coming. So there are complications in there where you can't be as open with the public as you like. The same thing with Hillary Clinton. If he's saying, we've got enough evidence, and you could well be right, I can't stand Hillary Clinton. We've got enough evidence to put a bunch of politicians away for life. But then he gets his advisor comes in, well, Mr. President, you could do that, but if you do that, we're going into civil war. Because I think if you went, and they may do it, but if America, as you know, you're over there, it can be as divided as what it is here in Australia, being right and left. If you go after people like Obama, Clinton and all that, and you want to put them in a jail, is America potentially then going to be so disunited because it's very left and right that they could end up actually going to war against each other? And if you had that hypothetical as an American president, would you throw Hillary Clinton behind jail or would you just keep sledging her? I'd keep sledging her. I wouldn't put her behind jail. I wouldn't want my country to go at each other in a civil war. So we don't know everything that's going on in the background is what I'm saying. So you're over there. What's it like over there? Is it right versus left pretty much?
The civil war in America started many years ago. The racial powder keg,
I'm not talking about that civil war. I'm talking full.
No, I'm not talking about the old one. I'm talking about this based on because of Trump's reluctance to, for example, prosecute Hillary, because by doing so he would instigate all the radical leftists who would want to burn the joint down and set her free. And so naturally, then you'd have law enforcement that would have to take down large amounts of those people in public. So for a television spectacle, it would look like America's turned into a police state and the police are just shooting all these citizens.
BLM.
So I can recognize that. But that's still, just because something may be an outcome, it does not mean you do not allow justice to prevail. Okay? Let the truth prevail.
Okay.
If the heavens must fall, they must. Okay. And in America, there's a very famous quote over here, and it's extremely relevant. The tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots once in every generation. And because that hasn't been done, America is currently in the position it is in now. And we cannot say, oh, well, you know, if we do this, which will be good, it's also going to result in these bad things happening. There's a way to solve that issue, and that is to take out those people. So although it's called the United States, in reality, it is the divided states of America. Right, this country is not unified whatsoever. The people are at war with one another. You have the godless in this country who hate the Bible Belt, hate any reverence towards God, want the whole country to become basically degenerate or the opposite of whatever teachings of Christianity would be. And they want the normalization of abnormality. And then you have those same people wish to strip the Bible from public, and they wish to deny Americans, Mr. and Mrs. America, of their right to firearms.
You need to go into politics, Benny. You're good at this. I love the filibuster a little bit. Hear me out on a couple of things here. And Rami, anytime you want to jump in, please do so. Let me get these couple of points out, what Ben just said. Okay? You talk about the Bible Belt. Well, sorry, the Groypers attack a lot of the Bible Belt. Christian Zionists, for a start, they're part of the Bible Belt, whether you like it or not. You talk about justice. I mean, and I think I agree with you. People should face justice. But one thing I've learned over a long time on this planet, and I've learned it from my parents and my grandparents, unfortunately, not everyone's going to get justice in any life at all. I'll give you an example. In World War II, the Japanese did far more, well, I won't say far more vile things. They did just as many vile things as the Germans did in World War II. But at the end of World War II, barely any of them faced any justice for it. Barely any of them. Read through it. And in fact, they rebuilt Japan, and right through the 70s, one of the major things that tore down the Australian car manufacturing industry was cheap imports from Japan. They actually got my dad used to hate this. Dad didn't hate anyone, but he hated the Japanese with a passion. He had right reasons for hating them. He saw what they did to his mates. He had his cousins, uncles, all that, who fought them. They were ruthless. They would, like I said before, they would behead their Australian prisoners. They looked down upon any prisoner that surrendered because they found it cowardly. It was a totally different sort of dynamic in the Japanese thing. What changed them was those 2 bombs you were talking about. That changed the Japanese psyche forever. But
it brought them to heel.
Well, it did, but there wasn't justice against those people who faced crimes like there was with Germany. And it's one thing that used to piss off the veterans. We talk about a veteran community in Australia like you wouldn't believe, because we predominantly fought the Japanese, not the Germans, in World War II. But even in Germany, a lot of the people that were found guilty and went to jail only served a very short time. And where did they end up? Half of them end up in America, in governments, bureaucracies. The smartest ones ended up in their defense and their NASA to get man to the moon. So a lot of times, if you want to put, and this is just an older guy giving a younger guy, if all you're looking for justice, the only true justice in this world, in my opinion, that's ever going to get meted out is when we all die, and we've got to face that man, Jesus Christ himself, and the ultimate justice is going to come then. If you're trying to fight it through humans are flawed. You're never going to get it. So I just think sometimes in politics especially, like I said before, there's got to be a compromise to avoid more evil things in the world. Maybe Trump's compromise is not to go up. Trump just suffered from lawfare. Are you telling me Trump doesn't want to get back at the people that wanted to put him in jail?
Well, why isn't he arresting them?
For what I said, he's trying to keep the peace. No, seriously.
That's laughable.
So he's got America right now. No, it's not. Geopolitics. He's got America right now. He's shut down the borders. He's taken thing against that. Everyone is going on about Iran. He now controls the oil flow from Venezuela in the Western Hemisphere. He now controls the oil flow through the Hormuz Straits. He's now got people begging him for their oil, not our oil. He's actually got a big deal with Greenland now for their, when you talk about uranium, the bigger thing, I can't remember what they call it. You know, there's a certain name for certain minerals. So far more than uranium, these specific minerals that are going to build the AI industry that we're just talking about.
The rare earth minerals.
That's it. From Greenland and Australia. That's where Australia's got some scope for, Ben, on your idea.
Yeah,
I don't
100%.
know whether you heard it, Ben, but I love Ben's idea. I thought that was great. So Trump is winning in a lot of geopolitical things, but he doesn't get any credit for it. And that, if he's doing all that, and that's going to benefit America through international stuff, isn't that America first? Isn't he making America stronger? Would he put all that at risk by creating one of the biggest divisive political incidents you've seen in America history? Or does he want to finish his presidency as the greatest president ever, who's got America, and I think he's halfway there, into a place where it's safe, it's secure, and it's prosperous? And I think if any leader can deliver those three things to their community, you're going to find that they're going to be a pretty popular president by the end of their term. And he's only got 4 years to do it. And realistically, he's only got 2 years, because if he loses these midterms, he's going to be a lame duck president. So I think he's going... Him. Pardon?
They'll impeach him.
Yeah,
the whole thing's going to fall into disarray pretty soon.
Yeah, well, they impeached him last time too. Didn't amount to much. He just won't be able to do much for his last 2 years. But that's why I think he's going so hard now. He knows he'll probably get impeached. He's going now to get all these things done so he can have a cruisy time in the last 2 years. I would do the same thing. So I think you sort of got to understand the geopolitics behind it, the politics behind it, and realize it's never as simple as it looks. And all those things, why didn't he do this? Why didn't he do that? The only person who knows the real truth of why they didn't do it is the people in... Have you ever read Teddy Roosevelt's poem about the man in the arena?
Go ahead. Some time ago, but yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Find that quote. I think that's very appropriate. Trump is the man in the arena. He's doing what he thinks is right, and he's got all these critics up in there slamming him. What that poem basically says, the only person that can judge the man in the arena is the man in the arena himself, and he's got to put those outside voices outside and make the decisions he knows is right. The only person who can legitimately know that right now is Trump and his cabinet. So I'm not too sure, to get a long way round, and we'll get Rami's thoughts now, is whether we can judge what Trump is doing. He will have his reasons for Clinton and Epstein, but he's not going to share them with you, me, and the rest of the world. So sometimes you do, I hate saying this, sometimes you have to put trust in a certain politician. I don't like saying that, because I don't think you should trust any of them. But I reckon if any president or any political leader has earned some trust, it's Trump. That's just my opinion. I think, Benny, you'll probably disagree with me, which is fine.
That's an impossible job. Yeah, no, exactly. Jump in, Rami.
Yeah, come on, mate.
I honestly, I think Trump has delivered on many of these things that were on your list earlier, Ben. And I think he's not getting enough credit, basically, or enough love, if you want to put it that way. I think what Melania Trump said in her conference the other day about the Epstein files and all the gag orders that she wants removed from these victims of the Epstein island is a great move. I mean, if you had the Biden administration, we would have never gotten to that place. Again, like that what he's doing with ICE is an amazing thing, and what he did with what's that journalist called? Nick Shirley.
Oh,
like, yeah. You know, like that's an amazing thing, cracking down on basically their version of NDIS, and they're doing it state by state. It's an amazing thing.
And Doge as well. What happened with Doge? Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. I've got another very interesting policy about Doge, Ben. I think you'd love.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going, Rami. Sorry.
No, yeah. Well, I think what's going on here is very similar to what Ben said earlier about the Russian de facto. What's his name? Ben's the ideological subversion guy.
Yuri Bezmenov. Sorry, Yuri Bezmenov. Yeah.
And I think what's happening to the conservatives is pretty similar, because they've been getting fed all these like these, I don't know how to put it really, like all this messy information from people like Candace Owen and others, the likes, about what's happening really in the world and what's happening in the Middle East, and drawing all these lines and links, and eventually you'll end up like that old lady at Mike Church who thinks Charlie Kirk was a hologram when he got shot, and that didn't happen. I mean, the best, like this really got intense towards the beginning of the Iranian war as well. You saw that happening with the Benjamin Netanyahu's AI video. Like I'm somebody who's been trained myself really on deepfakes and artificial intelligence since 2018. I'm somebody who's been in the filmmaking industry since 2007 or 8, something like that. And I know how to. So I have expertise when it comes to post-production, everything when it comes to post-production. And I have a trained eye, and I have multiple awards. I don't want to pan my camera, but like I've got
pan your camera, mate.
Yeah.
That's an Aussie thing.
that's what I'm trying to say is, when I try to tell that group, for example, try to convince anybody from that Groyper group that, hey guys, like this video is not AI, it's real. They would not be open-minded about it. They would not accept the fact that I have the credentials and I have the very unbiased, like I'm one of the most unbiased people I know myself, and nobody wanted to accept what's being said otherwise outside of their sources, which is obviously Tucker Carlson or Candace Owen or all this group of people. They did not want to accept what the reality is, and they did not want to accept a lot of other facts. However, they would be happily, they would happily sit down with somebody like, what's her name, the Syrian girl or something.
Yeah,
Mariam.
Like to believe what she's saying about what's happening in the Middle East, and like somebody as biased as her, somebody who is not living there, and I don't even know why she's in Australia. To start listening to her and take her word for the truth is somebody as deceitful as her. Or the Iranian regime, who's been making AI videos non-stop since the war began. But no, let's go after a video that's actually not AI, and it's actually Netanyahu's dead, and
it's
an
interesting.
AI video.
I was watching. This is one of the problems with, I think, social media. There was 2 clips I saw this morning. I get up in the morning. This is how bad my life is. I get up in the morning and go X. By the way, Ben, we're getting late on you here, mate.
I know, mate. It's 4:15 in the morning.
Yeah,
it's been a big day. It's been a very big day, as a matter of fact. So
it's been a fantastic conversation. I tell you what, we've all got over Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. We've had 4 people with different perspectives, contrarian views on certain things, agree on others. And this is where Vivek, I think, was right. We've been prepared to sit down here amicably. We have our disagreements, but talking through with those contrarian views. I think that is fantastic. That's what a democracy should be all about. But going back onto what you were just saying, Rami, and this is where you've got to be careful on X. A lot of the stuff you see is AI, or it's false, or it's disinformation. And you've got to, I think one thing that Musk has done is the community notes. I think that's been valuable, because if someone puts something up and they can quickly discredit it if it's not correct. But do you know that she's a blonde Catholic in America, Carrie, I call her Barbie doll because I can't pronounce her name. She's a Candace Owens acolyte. She's been banging on about Gaza and all this. And she's trying
Megyn Kelly?
Sorry?
Megyn Kelly?
No, not Megyn Kelly. She's as bad. Carrie Prejan or something. She's just recent. She was on their committee for religious freedoms or whatever. They kicked her off because she was so paranoid on her view about Gaza and Palestine. She wore the Palestine flag and all this. So she caused a bit of grief. But she yesterday shared a video of a young girl being shot I think it was in the head, when she was trying to get water. And she pinned that on Israel and the IDF. Well, it came out today, the community notes was, no, this was actually in Yemen, and it was a youthy person that actually shot that kid, had nothing to do with Israel. So you get all this propaganda, and X and all the social media platforms are the perfect environment for it.
There's an incentive. An incentive for it. And
it goes one step further. I'll share you both with the clip later on. It was actually, I don't know what he was. He was obviously a communication expert. And he was talking about Tucker Carlson, and he was comparing it to Candace Owens, but he's mainly talking about Tucker Carlson, and him and about 10 of his other experts. They'd studied 23 episodes of Carlson, and they found these common words that he kept saying. And he said, this goes even worse than what they did with propaganda under Goebbels. If you can get under enough, and if you can put a post up and it repeats these themes, and then it gets shared, like millions of shares or whatever, you're having people that are being slowly over a period of time in here convinced that everything that what they're saying is true, because he's marking it as an absolute. He's not marking it as, well, it could be, couldn't be. He's marking it as an absolute, all by the terms he's using. And I was listening to this, and it doesn't matter what side of the political scale you're going. And I'm going, that's actually kind of frightening, that a whole, could be generation, is getting convinced of something that's not quite true. So I think even these conversations that we're having are very powerful. So, which I think, mate, we got to get to it before you go. And even me, I got to go get some dinner. Well, it's nearly 7:30. We've been going 4 hours. How good's this? So we want to wind it up. So Ben, mate, we got to get NDIS, and I don't know whether you've covered all your points, but mate, I want to make sure I keep my word and you can cover them. So let's start with the NDIS. What was your point? I said we'd circle back.
Well, there's infinite demand and finite supply. So there's billions of needy people around the world, and as much as our compassion likes to lead us towards thinking we can open the doors up and allow them in one instance it was a lady because she had her hand chopped off in horrific circumstances. Well, okay, so she arrives at Australia. We grant her the opportunity to come. Well, she's had a hand hacked off. She's missing a limb, which means she qualifies for the NDIS. Surely you would not disallow her to receive NDIS, Bob. She'd get the NDIS, correct?
I love the segue from immigration and the NDIS. Well, listen, I've known an amputee that doesn't require NDIS. They can operate quite functionally. I think the big problem you've got is we're trying to conflate NDIS with immigration, which I give you credit for. That's a very good segue into it. But I think it's two actually different conversations. How much is NDIS a burdensome policy for Australia in general, and who should be on it? What was the NDIS covered for? I would argue that if you're an amputee, and some amputees can function quite normally, if she's had a hand cut off, but she's, say, right-handed, they cut off a left, for example, and she can come out there and still get a job and go about life and all that and get a wage, she shouldn't qualify for the NDIS. If she was a person that had a handicap that stopped her from being able to live a normal life, she should get the NDIS. But I tell you, she's got discrimination before she even gets here. Because if she's in that immigration line as a Christian, and don't deny this, because how many times do our politicians mention Nigerian Christians, as opposed to someone from Gaza, who's coming in first? And would those people from Gaza also be some of them missing limbs or having some handicap? I find people that come in that are conservative, that are Christian, that are given an opportunity, a bit like Rami, they will fight like tooth and nail to build a life for themselves. I find people who come from, I don't like using this term because some third world nations are different, but if they come from a third world nation who they're used to, what's the word? Living off the taxpayer's dollar, it's not the word I was trying to think of, bludging basically, and not building something, they'd quite happily get on the NDIS and rort it. So the problem is, how have they established the NDIS and why is there so much rorting and who is behind it? A big part of the problem with the NDIS and why Labor, until yesterday, which I found amazing actually, wouldn't address it, is the trade unions are in there a bit, in behind the NDIS, and they don't want to see it taken down. There's rivers of gold going through that NDIS, which leads to corruption. And then when you've got corruption and the beneficiaries of those rivers of gold, they want it to continue. So I think there's two bits of different arguments. If that lady could come in here, and this is where I think the vetting is, what Rami said is huge. If that lady could come in here and contribute to our country in a positive way, we should welcome her. If she comes into this country, whether they're missing a wrist or not, if she comes into this country and she's going to tear us down like Marine for a rookie in the Senate, and she hates everything about Australia, she shouldn't be welcomed at all. And that's where I say it comes back, and this is where we'll disagree, I think, Ben. It comes back to values and what you bring to this country to make it better, as opposed to what sort of demographic. Now then, once they're in the country, then you've got to have the vetting in the NDIS to make sure there's not that fraud. So I don't think it's quite right to try and bring them two together. I give you credit, though. I think it's a good argument.
No. So allow me to put it this way.
Yep.
If she did arrive in the country, should she be entitled to apply for the NDIS?
Yes, but it doesn't mean you're an automatic acceptance into the NDIS. She needs to prove
100, and maybe she wants to go and work somewhere else and she won't require it. Maybe she's going to win the lottery, so she won't need it. So there are various reasons. But if somebody arrives in Australia and they are missing a limb, and they're not missing it because they woke up one day and it had vanished, they're missing it as a result of a violent attack on them, where they would, of course, be suffering post-traumatic stress disorder and various other mental health conditions as a result of being in those conditions. Combined those mental health conditions with missing limbs.
You're taking this to another extreme. Keep going.
Well, no, so it means 100% absolutely she's NDIS every day of the week. But then, so my primary concern is...
No, I know people who've got handicaps that aren't on NDIS. They live a valuable life.
Should people who are in wheelchairs be eligible for the disability support pension?
I know a person can be in a wheelchair and sit in front of a laptop, and these days, as we talked about, with the laptop, you can earn a living. Now, I think you're painting this with too much a broad stroke. What I've said is she should be vetted. She should be able to apply for the NDIS, where she should be vetted again. And if she's not capable, and we've accepted her in, right? If she's not capable of living a life without assistance, I think she should be considered. If she can live a life and get some sort of assistance outside the NDIS, which every Australian should be able to do, then she should be able to have that ability to access it. But that all comes back to the people in that bureaucracy vetting it properly. And what's abundantly clear, they don't vet things properly in the NDIS. Because I'll guarantee you this, there's a lot more Australian citizens, whether they're recent immigrants or been here a while. I don't want to say who it is, because if she sees this, she'll kill me. But I know an Australian citizen whose son was in the NDIS, and they were dinky-die Aussies from a long time ago. Mate, I can tell you now with 100% clarity, they wrought the NDIS.
Of course.
So I just think you muddy the waters by bringing that into what is a thing about immigration.
All I'm trying to do is say, should we bring in blind people? Blind people live in the third world. They have no support whatsoever.
Okay, so I don't care whether what their condition, right? It comes back, can they make this country better?
We can't save them all.
Hold on. Can they make this country better? Do they have the values we're looking to?
No.
And can we become, what, because they're blind?
Yes.
You're telling me blind people can't live a productive life?
Not without a lot of assistance, no. They're blind.
Yeah,
I think that's the problem. This is when like I honestly I probably on this there's a lot to say. And if I have to shrink it all down.
Yes,
it just comes first of all, why are these people getting into the NDIS before becoming a citizen anyway?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the 5% home loan subsidy as well. Elbow's 5%.
Yeah.
On that part, sorry, that's a good point. I agree with you there. They've got to become a citizen. Yeah.
Okay. So that's one thing, and I think to get the Australian citizenship, I don't think it should be 2 years or for some cases or 4 years. I think it should be longer until somebody can actually pass the test as well, not just complete the how long they have to wait. But that's why taxes was on my top 3 priorities, is because as Christians, I think there's something called charity, and being a humanitarian, I think there would be a place for that Nigerian woman that we could look after in the church. And I think and I think, look, if my taxes were low, I will donate some of my money to help these people that are in need. And I don't want to put all the burden on Australia. I think we should have in Australia a tariff system, and that we in agreement with our allies across the Western nations, not specifically the Western nation, but everybody else really, is have a look, guys. Like if we're gonna have an intake, a humanitarian intake of this percentage of our migration, let's say 10% of our migration, it's humanitarian migration. You should abide by that. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to collaborate together. Like specifically what you mentioned earlier, the ban, which is the boarding countries to Nigeria. If they're not accepting refugees from Nigeria, why are we even dealing with these countries? Why are we even not giving them backlash? Same applies to the Gulf countries in the Middle East, Turkey, many other countries in the Middle East. It's like, guys, okay, so these guys are coming to you as refugees. They share similar cultural background to you, but you're not accepting them, and you're letting them go past your country to get to Europe, to get to Southern Asia, then Australia, to get to, it's South America. Then
why did Egypt and Jordan close the borders to Gaza?
Our politicians have Absolutely. Our politicians have no backbone to say to the Gazans, the poor Gazans who are fleeing their country, to number one, to say, listen, guys, if you want to come here, we have to do a proper background check, because we don't know who's fighting for Hamas and we don't know who's not.
Well,
that's number one.
I do know one thing about that. Sorry.
And number two is, why isn't Jordan taking them in? Why isn't Lebanon taking them? Egypt is the perfect, give them the Sinai Desert. Just open the border. Like, don't grant them citizenship. Just open your border. Well, and put a second fence.
Yeah.
They're not willing to do that. Same with Saudi Arabia, the Gulf countries. And the reason why, and this is what the Syrian girl and her types don't like to tell, these group of people that we're talking about, the truth is that nobody in the Middle East, nobody in the Middle East that would sit down with you and who really live there would tell you that they want migrants. They don't want migrants. But as the moment that the West doesn't accept the migrants, they'll attack the West for being racist. Iraq has a problem with Egyptian migration, and you know how many Egyptian and Sudanese are in Iraq? Probably less than 0.1% of the population. And we want to get rid of them. We want to kick them out of Iraq. That's one example.
Here's something I think Ben would furiously agree with, and probably you too, Rami, is I think, personally, Australia should remove itself from the UN. I think we should be deciding where our aid goes to. So, Ben, all these taxpayers' dollars, I forget what country, I think it was Afghanistan, got 50 million. I mean, why the hell is Afghanistan getting 50 million of Australian taxpayers' dollars?
Why is Ukraine getting any of our cash?
I agree. So if you brought those foreign aids, and the reason we get attacked in the West for not accepting immigration is because on a lot of the human rights committees, they're led by countries like Iran, who just got voted onto one. The UN is one of the biggest elephants in the room that a lot of people don't talk about. The UN has gone a long way from what it was established for. It is a useless bureaucratic body that we shouldn't be putting a single dollar. And I hope Trump, forget Epstein. The one thing I hope Trump does is he stops funding the UN, because if he stops funding the UN collapses, and that will make the world a better place, because then each nation, and if you're a nationalist, you think we can decide where our aid money goes, who we can accept, what's the immigration policy.
It's a scam.
Oh,
I've lived in Iraq, I've lived in Syria, and I've been to many Middle Eastern countries. The only people that we see come with aid, really, like you see them actually helping poor people, actually help people who are in need or who lost their home and all that sort of stuff, it's the churches. And they do it without discrimination. They help the Muslims, they help the Christians, they help despite the background, they help these people. It's the Christians. I've never seen a UN or UNICEF or whoever, or Red Cross. I've never seen them actually in suburbs helping the poor people. It's always been the churches.
I watched a clip of an Orthodox nun the other day. She was from Europe and she goes regularly to Iraq and she helps people. And it came out after Pope Leo's comments against Trump. And you couldn't see a more vehement response against Pope Leo. She didn't like what he had to say. It was quite interesting. So one last point on that, Ben, and then you got your list, is I tell you one thing the Nigerian woman with the one hand wouldn't do. She wouldn't pick up a rifle and shoot dead 15 civilians. So that to me is a big tick. Anyway, let's stop talking about her. What's your other bullet points? Because it's getting late for you, mate. It must be nearly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it is. Bullet points. I really don't have any other bullet points per se. If we could just touch
a final summation then.
Okay, well, so earlier on you laid out, and I acknowledge it's an impossible task for Donald Trump to get everything right. And a lot of the time he has to choose the worst best option out of two bad options as well. And so that could be the paradigm he operates in. I understand why strategically he needs far greater geographic territory, including Greenland, including seas in Venezuela's oil. That's to ensure they can have abundant energy going forward and not be reliant on it coming out of the Middle East. But in reality, this is all about conquering the remainder of this century and whether or not America remains the superpower of the world or whether or not instead China ascends to that position. So, you can look at the map of the globe and you can see why he needs Greenland, because that'll allow them to run convoys through there and subs and some of their ships to prevent Russia coming in through the top or China and so on and so forth. So I understand the geopolitics aspect of it. Earlier on, we did raise one thing about, well, if Iran had have got a bomb or were about to get a bomb, of course we had to preemptively take them out or commence this action because we can't allow a rogue nation to just start firing nukes at people. But let us assume Iran did have one for a moment, just for a thought exercise. Iran has one. Is Iran firing that across the ocean to try to hit America, or is Iran firing that first one at Tel Aviv?
Who knows? But I would argue
there's more missiles and more drones that have been fired towards the Gulf countries than they fired on Israel. So, and realistically speaking, they would not fire the first nuke on Israel. No, it would be probably, and given that I know the Iranian people really well, the first place that would get hit is probably the holy site of the Sunni, and which is Mecca and Saudi Arabia.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would they aim for there? That's interesting.
They don't get along.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I would not.
They hate each other. The Sunnis and Shia.
They hated each other. I never thought they'd go for Mecca, but
they would, because if you come to Iraq, we have two cities in Iraq called Karbala and Najaf, which are holy Shia sites. They literally build Meccas there, fake Meccas.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to inform you more, Mecca, like for a lot of Muslim scholars who know history, they know that there's not just one Mecca. There's like 5-6 Meccas that existed before Islam was a thing, and one of them was in Iraq, and the other was in Yemen. They were called the Black Stone, the Red Stone, the White Stone, and 2 other stones. But most people don't know about that. So yeah, there's always an alternative.
That's why we get you on, Rami. You bring in those certain other perspectives that we're unaware of. So that's why I love having you there. And hopefully other people can share those too. So it'll be interesting. Look, from what I've read, and you got to, again, be careful of what you read. I don't jump on anything you've read. But apparently, and again, we'll never know this, apparently Iran was working with China on an ICBM. So if they do develop an ICBM and they never have a nuclear warhead, they basically hit any bloody place on the planet. I don't know whether that's true. I don't know what's going on, but Trump would have some idea. And personally, I'm not as concerned about that as trying to free and Ben, this is why I get shot. I love all my brothers and sisters. I am a nationalist. I'll tell you why I'm a nationalist. Because there's different reasons for maybe what you would want to be, Ben. It could be a good point for all of us to finish off. I'm a nationalist because Australia had something so unique and so special. I don't want to see it corrupted like I'm seeing now. In many ways, I would, and this is why I'm so interested in the Groyper thing, I would probably share a lot of their opinions and values, is I'd like to see Australia get back to what it used to. But I'm not to the point where it's the whole white nationalist thing, right? So I share a lot of that thing. But that's why I'm a nationalist, because we've got to protect what we've always had in this country from what you said, our founding, whether that goes back to the First Fleet or 1901. But I'm also open as a Christian to saying I want to be part of that picture, everyone who can understand and appreciate what we've got in this country and can contribute to it. My big fear is we've got way too many people now that are not respectful of our country, do not respect its traditions. We're 2 days out from Anzac Day and we've got idiots with Palestinian flags saying abolish Australia, tearing down statues of diggers. We've got Ben Roberts-Smith in the dock for some bullshit thing that our government sent him to fight. And everything about what our nation has stood for and gone, it's under attack on a daily basis. That's what worries me. That's where I'm a nationalist and we've got to push back. The only thing I think we disagree on, Ben, is how hard that pushback goes. I go so far, you take it a bit further, which is fine. I get that. but I think my core value before a nationalist is as a Christian. And Jesus Christ tells me, biggest son, love one another as I've loved you. And whether that's Nigerian women who's lost a wrist, whether that's Rami from his background, whether that's you, Benny, or whether that's Daniel who was on before. How fantastic is that in a country in Australia? We can get a boomer, we can get an immigrant, we can get a Groyper, and we can get a Jew, all on here having an amicable conversation, talking about our different perspectives.
I'll get you a real Groyper next time as well, Bob. We'll get you a real Groyper.
Well, I was talking to your mate before. He was pretty fascinating. I think we had a very respectful conversation. We're going to disagree, but you can do it with a genuine conversation. And then maybe people like me or Rami will understand things you're saying. You talking to Rami, you might understand his perspective. And Rami's starting to talk, how do we unite the conservative movement? Well, maybe that's the way we do it. If we stop shouting at each other and we talk to each other, and we had our moments we disagree, but maybe we can find that common ground that will finally unite the conservative movement so we can get rid of the bastards that are doing all the damage to our country before we do have to go to a civil war. Yeah. So that's what I would like to achieve by doing all these conversations. And boys, unless you got something out, I think stop, because Ben, you need to go to bed. It's morning.
I've been up for 30 hours now. I've been up for 30 hours. What's another 5? So let's go through it all 10 a.m.
No, I'm going to go get some dinner. And what's today? Wednesday.
Right?
Not the footy's not on. Yeah. No, it is Thursday. The footy is on. So, I'm going to go watch a bit of the footy before my Tigers try. See, that's the most important thing. How do my Tigers find a way to win a bloody game of football?
Wait, is Adam Uze going to be run out of Punt Road faster than Donald Trump's run out of the White House, Bob? That's the question.
If it was 10 years ago, yes. I'm not too sure now. I think the industry's become pretty woke as well. I feel for him. He's been given a pretty hard time. This is just my opinion, and it does it right. I don't think he's the right coach for what we got. I think in another team he would be a very good coach. But and this is from my experience, when you're coaching such a very young team, all in their first 2 years, you need a particular father style of coach. I'm not too sure Uze's that. But, mate, like with Trump, unless you're in the 4 walls, you don't know. I don't think I told you that I worked at Richmond for 2 years. So it's a good footy club, but we are going through a hard time. Who do you follow, Ben? Don't tell me you don't have a team.
No, I think Collingwood. There's only one football team to support in Australia. It's Collingwood. Collingwood is the best football team, the biggest, the most powerful.
Mate, you're on my target list for deportation now. Fuck it, Collingwood. I got one of my ex-boys plays for Collingwood, who I coached in basketball many years ago. What about you, Rami? You into the Aussie rules or what sport?
No, I'm afraid I watch real football.
Oh, it's soccer?
Yeah.
Who was it today I read? They've had 2 years straight. 10 years ago, they won the Premier Division. They got relegated to the next division below it. And now they've got relegated again in the next year, worse than Richmond. They're now in Div 1 football in England. So they've gone from winning the Premier League 10 years ago and now to a decade later, they're 2 divisions down. That's a pretty dramatic crash in soccer.
What team is that, Rami?
So I'm afraid I don't watch Australian soccer at all.
No, that's English soccer.
He's talking about the EPL. Yeah, a team won 10 years ago, was relegated and then got relegated.
No. 10 years ago, they won the Premier League.
Yep.
Last year, they got relegated to the league below. I can't remember what the name of it
Championship,
is. Championship. And now this year, they've been relegated again. So in 2 years, we're 3 years, they've gone from Premier League, Championship, Div 1, and only 10 years ago, they won the Premier League title. I was watching on the news before.
I can't recall which team is this. But,
it only just happened.
I wouldn't be surprised if it would be Man U, to be honest with you.
It wasn't Sunderland, was it? It wasn't Sunderland.
No, it wasn't Sunderland. If you said the name, I'd remember it.
Yeah.
So that
Leicester
gives us
City. It's not Chelsea. It's not Man City. It's not Man U.
It's not
was
Liverpool.
It Leeds United?
Well, Leeds, but Harry Kewell used to be with them. They never won the Premier League title.
Oh, Tottenham maybe.
Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, because they won the. Sorry,
I think they got relegated, but down to the Championship grade, not the Div 1. Anyway, we'll find out for next time, guys. I'm going to go watch the footy. So if you got anything to say to finish off with, otherwise, gents,
I really
Sorry.
No, I have something to say about
Yep.
for Ben, which is like, I've always enjoyed having a warm conversation with Ben, very civil conversation. I think he's I hope that I wasn't being any offensive or hostile towards anything, because I accept a lot of what a lot of you have to say, and I accept and I disagree with a lot. Like, despite the person I'm talking to, whether it's Bob, whether it's you, Ben, whether it's Daniel who was here earlier, I appreciate a good point of view, and I'm happy to agree with the person on that point of view. And I want us to be happy to disagree on something as well, because at the end of the day, if we are smart about things, we should all agree on what's the better outcome and what's the better road to take there.
Before the robot army comes for us.
I always I always find Ben conversation very, very fascinating and engaging, and he gives there's not a lot of, it's very civil, there's not a lot of shouting, there's not a lot of this.
I've had Ben on. Sorry, I'm not trying to stray. I've had Ben on 4 times now, and Ben's fantastic to have on, even though we have disagreements. And I think Ben, one thing I like I said before, Ben not only is prepared to come and speak to you, but I think he's just as fascinated to find the perspective, what originally came in, of what a boomer was thinking, as I was trying to find out what a zoomer was thinking. And I think we've probably both helped each other in that journey. I don't think we'll ever meet. Maybe we won't.
I've met, for the record, I've met Ben before. He's a great person in real life.
100%. So, and that's one of the reasons I invited all 3 of you on. I thought we could get a good conversation without having the normal yelling at each other. And I even think we found some pretty good common ground in certain parts. So, Benny, what about you, mate? Before you go.
Yeah, of course. I'm always happy to involve myself in conversations, particularly when it'll be a battle arena of ideas, and we have to then assess whether or not our ideas can withstand the scrutiny of other people who can make persuasive arguments. So I'm all about that all the time, and I believe an individual's views can evolve when presented with better information. So I'm quite happy to be that way going forward. Forevermore, in fact. And also on Rami, like, Bob, I'm unsure if you knew, but I've had very long conversations with Rami for a couple of years.
I didn't know
as a
that,
matter of
right.
fact. So, we were at the press club together as well, as a matter of fact, out in Canberra one day for a nice lunch there, and a few other things that transpired. But yeah, of course, always happy. I don't hate anyone. I don't have animosity in my heart for people. I'm quite happy to ask questions which may ruffle some feathers, only to extract the response from the person that comes from the heart. I love the passion, and so Bob, I'm always open to having conversations with you, anyone else, and if they disagree, bring it. Let's go. I'm up for it every day, and I don't lose a wink of sleep at night dwelling on what was said, what wasn't said. I don't interpret anything personally. I'm totally detached from all that stuff. I'm apolitical in that sense.
Isn't it funny? I'll finish off with one last thought you said there. One, you're in furious agreement with Vivek Ramaswamy, who, if you're in America, you'd like to see him go back to India. Just a joke. But isn't it funny how... Vivek, that's it. Isn't it funny how we've all come on with different perspectives, and we can all have our say, and we can all have our disagreements and agreements, but yet our politicians think they've got to legislate this conversation through hate speech laws. If we had more of these conversations, there'd be no need for those hate speech laws that we've got. So, gentlemen...
That's because ideas are bulletproof, Bob. Ideas are bulletproof, and they don't want us to own our own ideas.
Exactly. But that's a good point to finish off on. Boys?
Adios, gentlemen.
Yes.
Yeehaw!
Ben, get some sleep. Tell g'day to George, your mate before. If we can get a few of those. I love talking. I've talked now to an American Groyper. My God, that's my claim to fame.
You know,
Rami,
he's a
thank
real
you
one.
for your
He's a
contribution.
legit real one as well. He's right there with the godfather of the Groypers. So.
Mate, it was funny. He was trying. You could see he was trying to extract out of me a little bit. He started with a very polite conversation, and within, I reckon, about 2 minutes, I was getting it all. It was covered, which is fantastic. It was just good to listen to. But gents, thank you so much. We've gone 5 hours. Don't know how many views we'll have. I don't think people will stick with us for 5 hours. But that's the price you pay when you give everyone an unhindered say. So well done, guys. Appreciate it. We'll tee up our next one. You better listen into the next one that I've got with this young girl. That could be very entertaining. I'm not too sure I'll have the amicable conversation I've had here, but we'll find out. All right?
Okay, Bob. All the best to yourself. God bless you, Rami.
God bless.